I'm live. I need to start these things a little bit earlier in the day because I only how many days do I have left until the VAPI challenge? Um, ooh, pretty much 3 days left. Yeah, about exactly pretty much 3 days left. Ooh, I'm not too far off, but need to start kind of locking in. Share my entire screen. Actually, no, stop sharing that right now. Ooh, okay. Close. Share my screen. Ooh. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Ah, I forgot my card in my wall in my pants. I'll put this right here. Where's my phone? All right. Got big. Ooh. Let me get a spoon real quick. Ooh. Got this super ass big smoothie to drink. I would have gotten the smaller ones, but getting the smaller ones are extremely small. And then if I get multiple of the smaller ones, they're more expensive than the big one. Even though I don't really want to drink this whole thing, but all right, let's start off. I think where I last left off, I was building the test feature. I was writing the code for the test feature, so gonna finish that. Try to finish that off. Could I have to put my spoon again? Got this shit, even though it's super unhealthy. No, it looked good, so I want to try it out. Ooh. All right, time to get started. Where the fuck is my screen? Where is my screen? All right, then. Okay, test future. So what I had here was I was creating personas for that. So how these tests will usually work is going to be AI talking to AI, and I was creating personas for the. I was creating multiple personas for the AI to follow to kind of test the AI agent or test the voice agent. So I want to create like personas of different personalities, and I also want to create um different agents to also test like different futures, different flows in the voice. Like, does the voice AI say this when I tell it to during this flow? Because in the prompt, I tell it to do this in this flow. So that's one thing. Mm. Mm. Yeah, this banana shit is good actually, and hopefully, but good. Mm. All right. So what should I start with first? So I want to create the prompt too for I want to create the prompt too for what's it called? What's it called? Oh yeah, the prompt to test parts of the flow. Damn, my computer's slow. What the heck? No, open A. Why is this taking for so long to load? Why is it? Oh my, it's so annoying. Let me try to open it in some other page. Um, what the? I'm gonna have to come back to this later. I'm not sure why. What's wrong with this thing right now? I'll have to come back to it later. Um, let's see. Let's just start drafting my prompt. So let me see. So, so let me see go to OpenAI and see. I need to clean up all these tabs too later because I have all these 50 damn tabs open. Mm. Prompts. No. Hmm. Hmm. So go to my prompts. Let's see. So I'm gonna do it this way. So 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 prompt generations will go as I mentioned in my. So what I'm kind of doing here is like I mentioned before, I wanted to test certain things, certain flows. So if you go to my, if I go to my prompt real quick, ugh, I have so much stuff open. VAPI, no, just VAPI. Set Gumroad server set for N8. VAPI AI. Sign up. I mean, if you go to my assistants, I like see. Actually, there's always some type of flow here. There's always some type of flow here. So you have let me see if I can scroll down. So you have right here, I say I have routes. So route 1.5. Don't go to route 1.5. I go down. I have actually no. There's my call flow section. Okay. Yeah, this is my call flow section. You know, call it call flow. This is the no. Here's a call flow section. So I have the first step, the greeting step. I'll have let's see, scroll down. We'll have route 2. I have route point 5. I have route point 5, which has multiple steps in it. I have route 2. Route 2A, route 2B. So I have all these different routes. Supports I want to test, and also have I actually go back. If I go back, I also let's see. If I scroll up, let's see. If I scroll up, I actually have persona. Let's see. Do I have response patterns? Let me see what I have. Now let me go to. So here I have conversational habits. I have speech patterns, price form. So I have all these type of ways I want to speak, and there's certain things like price fumbling that trigger certain scenarios that I wanted to kind of test. So so and then like Okay. And then let me see. Or off topic responses. Right. And then what else? Let's see what else I have. Okay. Woo.
Did you finish my chips?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You did?
I know your chips. I didn't know your chips. And they're there for like 2 weeks. And again in my prompt. And then again. I have call files. I'll be a caller. The voice agent will be either receiving a call, either will be either calling. That's a big part of the flow. For each possible, the user will give you a prompt in the response, and for each possible flow or route, the agent can go. I need you to create a persona to test that route. Each persona prompt will be in a separate JSON, and it will follow this prompt structure. Okay, prompt structure for okay. It should follow a similar structure to this, but make sure But it is adjusted to test the Pacific call flow. The Pacific call flow. The persona is the call flow or route. Then some of these personas you can add another instructions to test it shows adjusted to test. I'm not sure. Yeah, it shows adjusted to test call flows or routes. What I should do is because I'm in my head a lot. So what I should do is also put something on YouTube. And I use my other computer because for some reason I have to. I can only share one tab if I want to listen. Again, a stupid feature, but if I want to share audio, I can only list one tab. And let's see, what should I put on?
It's now midday at our NT on Wednesday. I realize it's going to be Tuesday evening for our beautiful guest.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
Let's listen from something from Colval. I wish their videos were longer though. Let's put that.
Welcome back to our podcast, which is Conversations in Conversational AI. Today we have Jordan, who's the founder of VAPI, and we're super...
Oops. Oh, bruh.
Is at today and where it's going, how to think about different platforms, etc. Jordan, yeah, super stoked to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So I want to see if we can see the audio.
I think there are no voice no, there's like 2 or 3 voice podcasts in existence, so I'm thrilled to be a part of one of the only ones.
Nice. The irony of that, I know that you've had a pretty crazy journey into voice AI. You famously, I think, pivoted into voice AI. How have you seen the platform shift over the last year? Like, where do you think platforms were at last summer when voice AI was really just starting to take off and you guys were just starting to take off? And where do you think kind of voice platforms are at today in a sort of own ecosystem?
Yeah, in the early days, that would have been maybe August, September of 2023. I think that's when, platforms like us started to exist. It was like us and like 2 startups that were like tinkering with voice related stuff, many of which weren't even doing phone call related stuff for the most part. They were doing like sales roleplay training or like I don't even know what the other like AI interviewing, very random, like I think like at the time lower value than phone kind of use cases. So yeah, they were like kind of the innovators if you look at like the whole usual adoption curve. And then slowly I think other startups also doing kind of weird things started to pop up. We saw everything from like AI girlfriends to like this one company like doing inbound calls for Swiss ski lodges, and just like it was all over the place. Like there was no order to it, but the one pattern was that they were all like pre-seed or like pre-funding kind of startups, like before the models reached the point where they were human enough or fast enough to actually be feasible to use in the real world. So like we existed, and at the time our big focus was just like getting latency low. And at the time, like we were one of the few to actually have it low enough where it was fit for real-time conversation, because it was really hard with all these external dependencies that were all independently quite slow to get them all down to the point where they were fast enough to run. And so that latency piece was really like our differentiator at the time, and the reason that people would use us rather than like roll it themselves. Nobody was like operating at a significant enough scale that infrastructure or like reliability at scale was like a problem. Everybody was like a tiny ass company, so they didn't really care that much about reliability, or they had a really high tolerance for like when things went down. And so the defensibility was really just in speed and flexibility to like use different models, because these are all extremely technical teams. We saw following that maybe every 3 months there would be a new model that came out across the stack, whether that's in transcription or LLMs or text-to-speech models. For example, a text-to-speech model might come out that's like 2x as like human performant, or like half the latency. And every 3 months this would happen. It would go from like 1600 to 800 to 400. It was like the craziest thing. And so every time it happened, we just immediately more startups like started popping up that could take advantage of things that were closer to human performance. Mostly continued until I think it was like March of 2024 when things actually really started to pick up. That's when we kind of reached an inflection point where venture funding started to like flood in to all these different startups, and these startups actually became like seed stage companies that were, actually unlocking value for real businesses, mostly over the phone. I'll pause there if there's any questions, but I'm happy to continue as well.
Yeah, no, this is super interesting. So I think we are seeing like that's kind of when we started to see things happening. It was like April, like kind of late spring, early summer, when people were really starting to play around with voice AI. And that was actually true of our batch with like tons of voice AI applications that came in. And that's actually why we ended up landing in COBOL. We started with more generalized evals for any multi-step processes with LLMs, and realized that voice was this like really hard to test area. It was like really taking off. People were having had these evaluation challenges, but also I think it was just interesting because so many of these models finally had the reasoning capability to actually hold a conversation for several minutes. I think that was the inflection point we saw in like July when 4.0 came out.
Yeah, that 4.0 announcement I think is for another podcast thing, and it was really, it didn't cause like a spike, but what it did is it just like created this broad awareness that okay, voice is going to be like really, and lots of startups should be built on voice. Not only that, but a lot of like existing serious companies started thinking about voice and started tinkering themselves. And we saw them building their own stacks internally at that time and choosing to go down that path, which they came to. It just kicked off like no one just it was a problem. Great for us. And so then growth just sort of exploded. Like the Cambrian explosion of voice AI startups kicked off / existing companies wanting to get into voice. And then I think in maybe October of last year is when enterprises, I guess, started to turn their heads. Everything from them either building it themselves, API, and that being like really hard to wrangle and then scale. Of course, what we found with these enterprises is like they don't just need like a thing that talks. They need reliably, and they needed to like scale reliably. And so that became a core strategy, is just like being able to scale to like enterprise level expectation. And that's how we've been very focused on since then. Now it's March 2025, like 6 months ago. And so now we do a lot of work both for the self-serve community and for like large enterprises, both for like customer support use cases, which we see like are quite popular, or for those similar to those like AI interviewer things we saw like way back when. We're now seeing this Cambrian explosion of interesting voice AI products in enterprise as well.
Yeah, also I need to what I also need to test.
But just very interesting large companies that.
One thing I should also test and need to test is that.
Hello, everyone, and
Bro, why does it do that?
to our new episode.
Well, I need to watch that one too, but.
And for like.
One thing I think I should also test is that there's sometimes important instructions or extra instructions, so that I put in the prompts. So you if you go here, see American V. Let's see. Ooh, you can see important notes of what never to do, important notes of what to do, and then there's sections where I call important instructions that I specifically need to test.
Large enterprises, both for like customer support use cases, which we see like are quite popular, or for those similar to those like AI interviewer things we saw like way back when. We're now seeing this Cambrian explosion of interesting voice AI products in enterprise as well. Like I can't name by name, but just very interesting large companies that have billions in revenue who are making big bets in voice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think there's definitely, it's really exciting because it's this new platform of what does, I think every company had a web application, every company eventually had a mobile application, and I think voice is really similar where you're going to see every company starting to have some sort of experience where users expect a voice interface for that experience. It might not be everything in the same way that you wouldn't go and try and look at really complicated dashboards on a mobile app, but there's definitely going to be an expectation that that's a big part of like definitely consumer startups and I think or consumer companies and a lot of other core experiences. I'm curious like how you're balancing the enterprise needs and kind of platform aspects with vertical solutions, which are much more like focused, say, on customer support or focus on these specific verticals, or going more the developer tools route. Like, how are you balancing that with serving self-serve?
Yeah, like the way that we think about it is we have this platform that's built for developers and engineering teams that has a ton of configuration. It exposes everything. It's super reliable. That platform has 2 customers, or maybe 3 customers. The first customer is the startups that are building cool stuff on us for like vertical applications. The second startup is the VAPI dashboard, or the second customer is the VAPI dashboard. The third customer is our forward deployed team that goes out and like does deployments for like larger companies, and we'll just like use our platform to build like the actual end solution for them. There's a lot of the time, the vertical solutions are actually just like better. Like for example, they don't just need like AI agents for healthcare. They need like a full like EHR platform that's built for developers and engineering teams that has a ton of configuration. It exposes everything. It's super reliable. That platform has 2 customers, or maybe 3 customers. The first customer is the startups that are building cool stuff on us for like vertical applications. The second startup is the VAPI dashboard, or the second deployments for like.
I wonder what he means by the stuff. That's interesting. I don't know what he means.
Use our platform to build like the actual end solution for them. There's a lot of the time, the vertical solutions are actually just like better. Like for example, they don't just need like AI agents for care. They need like a full like EHR platform that also has, you know, like phone as a big part of it, or like an ops platform. I think those are the opportunities for the verticalized companies. And I think that's where they should move anyways. Like they should become like the operating system for like X industry. I think that's where what makes most sense. It doesn't
With
make sense
voice
for
as
us.
like a core voice as like a core competency of theirs, but not necessarily the only part of their
like
platform.
voice is their wedge to get in to begin with. Yeah.
And what about in terms of like those companies that are building on VAPI, but are, let's say you're building a vertical agent on VAPI, like how do you kind of see these venture-backed companies scaling on VAPI? When do you think it makes sense for them to build things in-house, like use something like PipeCat or LiveKit to really have, or even like their own voice infrastructure versus using something like VAPI for that?
Yeah, I think early on it did make sense to build it yourself, and I've seen actually some still like good voice AI verticalized companies. Actually, very few. Maybe it was like 3 or 4 that have voice stacks that are like very good and like very reliable, but they built everything in house themselves. I think it's much less popular to do it now because solutions like us are kind of just like right out of the box, like ready to go, and so it just doesn't make sense for the time investment. And I think people are a lot more aware of now of like the future investment that will come if they actually have to scale that thing. Like they have to build up whole infra. And I don't think anyone that's not running real-time audio systems should be running real-time audio systems. If that's not what they're doing, like it's not a good use of startup resources, especially when time is so scarce. When it comes to providers like the LiveKit or PipeCat, I think they're also great. I would urge to use their hosted solutions as a startup founder. We're also a hosted solution, but just generally, because I think trying to spin up open source in-house and then scale up that open source in-house is also just a ton of work. It might be worth it for some who really want to mess with the internals in some way that's just not possible with a out-of-the-box platform like us. I've seen less and less of those cases, but they do happen. They're like, oh, I need the turn taking to work in this like very specific way when there's like background noise or something, and we just can't support that. I think in those cases it does make sense, but I think they're quite rare. So I would urge, in any case, like whatever platform is best for the founder or the verticalized company, to just go with something that's hosted out of the box, because infrastructure itself is not something that people should spend time on.
Totally. Yeah, I think there will be, I'm curious if you have a good analogy of like other types of software in mind, because I think something we're seeing is, maybe my stab at it would be there, if you're building a voice agent that's pretty in line with a lot of other voice agents and you're instead focused on how can I build the tooling around this, like an operating system for HVAC companies or a mortgage servicing company, etc. How can you really take that voice agent and operationalize it in the context of these other tools? I think where we advise a lot of our customers to think about like maybe building something in-house is when your voice agent is operating in a pretty like different way from other customers, or you're really like innovating and pushing the edge of what a voice agent can do in the state of the art today, and like that's your core competency and your competitive edge against other companies. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, and I have seen this. Like, again, I just say it's rare, but I have seen it happen once or twice. There's one company coming to mind that I won't name by name because I'm not sure I should, but for them, they've been able to build their stack in-house and train their own fine-tuned like text-to-speech models, and they've just been able to, because their team had the competence to end up building like a lot of ML stuff in-house, it just seemed worth it for them, and it seems like they're winning deals doing it. So yeah, it just depends. It's like speed versus. I don't want to say quality because I'm just like, I've seen a lot of people go down the path where there's one.
Like maybe building something in-house is when your voice agent is operating in a pretty like different way from other customers, or you're really like innovating and pushing the edge of what a voice agent can do in the state of the art today, and like that's your core competency and your competitive edge against other companies. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, and I have seen this. Like, again, I just say it's rare, but I have seen it happen once or twice. There's one company coming to mind that I won't name by name because I'm not sure I should, but for them, they've been able to build their stack in-house and train their own fine-tuned like text-to-speech models, and they've just been able to, because their team had the competence to end up building like a lot of ML stuff in-house, it just seemed worth it for them, and it seems like they're winning deals doing it. So yeah, it just depends. Speed versus. I don't want to say quality because I'm just like, I've seen a lot of people go down the path themselves and fail. So it's just like, if you think you're the top, this is like core to our business, and then hell yeah. It's just, you need to make sure that you know that you're that company.
Yeah, it's definitely
That's
hard.
not a, yeah.
I think
It could be invested at that time, could be invested in so many other things that are specific to the customer.
Yeah. So in this, I guess like when you're deciding between these different platforms to keep in mind, and I'm sure like you get a lot of questions around like what are kind of like the differentiations between the different platforms, but how should people be thinking about like what to optimize for and what trade-offs to make?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the other folks, so I'll just say, I mean, there are a few players. There's like the plans, the retails, the live kit, the tech ads. When it comes to comparing open source or not, it's similar to that. It's just like, do you want to build it yourself and touch the internals? And yeah, I think those platforms make sense. There's probably some config that we've built that might not be available in one or the other. Okay. So it's just about, taking a look at our docs, taking a look at what's available in terms of brands, and just deciding, okay, like we can take this trade-off or that trade-off because we want to have that super custom functionality that we want to build with open source. So it's just about making an educated decision, like feature for future, just having like first scope out the use case and then take it from there. And then kind of what you're planning for the future, make sure that is going to be supported. And then when it comes to other platforms, I think we're all quite similar, really. But sometimes like you need something that's like easier to use and is much like simpler for like a non-technical user. And so I think there are platforms that are easier for that than with us. We haven't put a ton of time into like drag and drop workflows and that kind of thing. I just don't think that's our strength. We're definitely more for like a technical like developer. But if it's if this is going to be owned by someone on your ops team and there's no engineering resources available to you, that's maybe a different platform is better for you. We're for like the ultimate power user developer who wants to like build entire products or like super complex solutions for their teams that has like an engine team to work with. Yeah, I think that's something we've seen is that like you guys, at least from like what we've been seeing with customers, is that VAPI is like more developer, is it kind of somewhere in between, like it has a very developer focused solution where you can have a lot of controllability, but it's definitely not like low code or drag and drop. Yeah. But it's also still a bit more like out of the box than say doing a more complex solution. Like open source or something. Yeah, I'd say that's right. Yeah, exactly. How are you guys thinking about voice to voice models, and I guess how do you think that voice to voice models are going to change people's strategy? How should people be thinking, preparing for that, etc.? Good question, because we launched Sesame on the platform today. Well, congrats! Yeah. It's still very beta, I will say. Like, I think what was open source is a lot less than what they're making available in their companion app, but it's still really cool. We actually, I think, when we started the company, we actually thought that we were going to train like speech-to-speech models, and that was what we were going to do. Like that was our startup. But we were kind of trying to raise funding with the cascaded model system, and then eventually just train models. We started to hire out the ML team and stuff. Lo and behold, 4.0 audio demo came out, and we were like, oh, this is not our path, so let's just do everything else. And so we've just been waiting for the moment when the speech-to-speech models are at the point where, one, they're reliable enough.
That was pretty recent, though.
Also expose enough.
Before it came up, real time came up like a couple months ago. I mean, that's so what they stopped training. They stopped. By the way, I'm listening to VAPI founder talking to the Covel founder. Covel is a platform for building out, I guess, testing voice agents. So exactly what I'm building, even though I'm not building anything, and probably I'm not building anything on their level, but similar to what I'm building out. And he's saying the VAPI CEO is saying that they wanted to train models. They actually wanted to train, I guess, build speech-to-speech models, but they completely abandoned it after seeing what Open Real-Time API can do. Though that was very recent, though, so that means they stopped like very, very, very recently.
To actually be used, because for example, on our platform, like we have real time, we now have Sesame, which is actually text to speech, but whatever. We will continue to have like speech to speech models in the platform, and when you switch to real time, for example, in our platform, we have to restrict like a lot of functionality because it doesn't support all the configs we have out of the box for the other providers, and so that's why like sub 0.1% goes through like real time API right now, even though it's been out for a while. I would expect maybe by end of this year, I'd imagine like 20% adoption of the real-time API, just because doing duals like way easier and stuff like that. And it does sound a lot more natural, but ultimately we're all just pegged to how fast the OpenAI team can move to exposing more. And I don't have a lot of faith in open source moving faster. Yeah,
So I think from there, when you do launch, or like let's say voice to voice is better, do you think like where do you think VAPI then sits in that, like as a platform? Do you like really double down on enterprise, or do you think that there's still this, like where do you think the gaps will be with voice to voice models?
Yeah, good question. So the gaps are on like configuration, and it's like all of the tools and widgets and inputs and outputs that are required, even when you're using a speech-to-speech model, will still be required. And so like for example, I want to listen to a call live, and I want it to like plug into my telephony system that is like SIP based, and I want to read out specifically like this set of regex strings slower than others because old people can pick up the phone sometimes. Like just like all of these little edge cases that are required to get voice live will still be there when speech-to-speech models come out, and we'll kind of have the shortcuts to get them to production faster. On top of that, I think there's a lot to like multi-agent workflows and getting them to work reliably, because within a low rate, you can't have a large model triple check work a lot of the time, and so you need to use small models with smaller prompts. And I think there's a lot of work that can be done there. And then finally, like if there's any entity that stands between the raw speech-to-speech models and an end use case, whether that's on the phone or in a website or whatever, this entity that's in the middle, from an infrastructure perspective, needs to be able to scale to millions of calls if audio is flowing through it, regardless. So people can build that in-house if they want to be that direct connection between the two, but at the end of the day, probably should leave it to the experts who are good at scaling these things and can sign SLAs for you. And we are on point if shit breaks, and I think teams prefer that rather than themselves.
Yeah, and I think streaming audio or streaming multimedia like this is also no joke. So I think there's definitely an interesting piece there. I think also, just at least personally, I think that there's going to be, before we get to doing voice to voice, that there's going to be really interesting, and maybe for always, that there will be interesting architectures around how do you leverage voice to voice to get that full context and full signal, while also having other agents that are doing other things within that conversation. So maybe I think it'll be really interesting to see what architectures come out of this, but I think there's not necessarily going to be this like switch where all of a sudden everything becomes voice to voice, but instead it becomes yet another tool to add into your voice infrastructure stack.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think what we already see today is people want to switch between like models as well. Like the best one changes maybe like every 2 months or so. And so we don't just think about like the agent itself. So the agent, once it's deployed, like observing it, making changes once it's in production, making sure that alerting is going out to everywhere it needs to go out when things go wrong. All that stuff is important on top of the actual config. The models change, whatever, all this other stuff stays the same, and we just want to create an experience where developers go in and just like switch a model, and everything works exactly the way it's supposed to.
Totally. I think that's like the really exciting aspect, is that everything is moving so fast in voice AI right now that even the differences between different platforms, the differences between different models is changing. Like you guys just did a crazy big launch week last week with
that was great.
5 new launches every day. Congrats. So I think that like I think where the differences are between each platform is very much on like a moment to moment basis versus this like locking in a certain direction or strategy, I think.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's why, it's great to sign a contract with a flexible provider. And it's like, okay, well, I can just like switch on the fly to like whatever is best. I don't have to like lock into anything. And so that's why our approach has always been like very modular. And that's just because developers wanted that from the start with how fast things were moving back then. And now they're even faster now.
Totally. I think, taking a very modular approach and being able to like constantly like evaluate or like look at other types of like setups definitely makes a lot of sense. One last question, actually, that I didn't ask. How are you guys thinking about, or how did you guys make such big gains in latency, and like how were you able to do that?
When it comes to latency, it was kind of like many small innovations over the course of like a year and a half. There are obviously bigger wins early on, like picking the right models at the right moments and that kind of thing, or moving things on-prem when they had to be moved on-prem, streaming things end-to-end, like down to the byte level at like, I wouldn't say it's like Rust level optimal, but it's like still extremely optimal, like to the peak of what Node is capable of in terms of like speed end to end. And then we also invested in like make sure we have like good turn taking models and background noise cancellation and stuff, so that we can like jump in at the right moment. And those things put together eventually added up to super low latency. But it was super tricky to even just like benchmark end to end and find where the gaps in latency were. Like the phone lines themselves at 4 can't even like figure out how much is the phone lines versus not. But we've now heavily instrumented like throughout the entire.
Customers care. I mean, latency is just such a big voice, I think, because that even a half a second more just can super unrealistic. And I think generally the other things that you're seeing people optimize for.
There's 3 variables, and cost, and so it's like this three-dimensional kind of space, and you just have to choose like where you go. And then over time, like they call it an economic efficiency curve or whatever, like squeezes closer as new models come out. But right now, I think that's of the platform is Deepgram 4.0 Mini, I think is most popular, and 11 Labs. They do have a Flash model now, but I think performance is not there, so a lot of people are still on like Turbo or Turbo 2.5. That seems to be like the optimal trade-off combo right now.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks so much for chatting through all these things. It was super fun.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let me know if you ever want me to hop on again.
I think that there's going to be, before we get to true voice-to-voice, that there's going to be really interesting, and maybe for always, that there will be interesting architectures around how do you leverage voice-to-voice to get that full context and full signal, while also having other agents that are doing other things within that conversation. So maybe
Sure.
I think it'll be really interesting to see what architectures come out of this, but I think there's not necessarily going to be this like switch where all of a sudden everything becomes voice to voice, but instead it becomes yet another tool to add into your voice infrastructure stack.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think what we already see today is people want to switch between like models as well. Like the best one, so it's like this 3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our new episode of Conversations in Conversational AI. I'm here with Kevin Wu, who is the founder and CEO of Leaping AI. Leaping AI has done really exciting things in voice agents. I think they've, in a very, where there are tons of voice agents out there today, I think Leaping has differentiated themselves in their ability to handle really complex workflows. They have pretty cool tools around continuous self-improvement through post-call analysis, and they support lots of languages as well as multi-channel across voice, email, and chat. I think Kevin has also been speaking about voice AI a lot and has a lot of really interesting takes on the industry. So I'm super excited to sit down with Kevin and really hear what he's been seeing in general in voice AI.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, super excited. Well, I would love to hear kind of an intro on your side and how Leaping AI got started, kind of your journey into the space that you're in today.
Yes, so I grew up in Germany. I was originally born in Canada, grew up in Germany. I studied computer science, actually decided not to become a software engineer, but to learn some business skills. And so after studying, I went into management consulting at the Boston Consulting Group. Towards the latter part of my career, I was part of the GenAI task force. We're looking strategically at different industries and applications of GenAI in those industries. And what I realized is that GenAI has a big potential to disrupt kind of the call center software market and just kind of customer service in general across different industries, whether that's retail, healthcare, insurance, banking, travel, and others. And so that just got me really excited. I love working horizontally across different industries back in my kind of BCG days and even now. And at the same time, I was introduced to one of our largest customers now, a wine merchant that has over 100 human call center agents. And they were thinking of ways to automate some repetitive aspects of call center work with GenAI. And so I just quit my job, dove straight into the opportunity, and that has been a year and a half ago. And happy to still be in this industry.
That's super cool. I think it's especially fun to talk to founders who have been in it since kind of the beginning when voice AI really took off. I think a year and a half ago was really like that critical moment where there was an inflection point of, GPT 4.0 came out, the reasoning capabilities all of a sudden became good enough. The voice models were cheap enough and also the latency came down so that you were reasonably able to put all these pieces together and create voice AI applications. I'm curious, like, how you think that the industry has kind of, like, what the arc has been and kind of what you've seen and how you've seen Weeping evolve over the past year and a half in terms of both the industry as a whole and as a company.
Yeah, I would say our development is quite synonymous with like industry development, the way I see it. So back when ChatGPT came out, there was a big excitement because for the first time, it was possible to tell an AI agent or a voice bot to not only speak certain predefined words and be able to handle certain intents, but have natural conversations with customers and also be flexible enough to handle different kinds of use cases and also have a really human-like conversation. So to me, there's definitely a pre-LLM world and a post-LLM world. And a lot of the pre-LLM players have lots of difficulty adopting to the post-LLM world because they just have like a certain predefined architecture of their solution. And it's also hard to transition customers from, there are a bunch of static.
Need like 2 minutes to just think. I always, when I'm working, I'm always, my mind's always thinking of something else too. Like I'm always thinking about something else. Just if I'm listening to something. So sometimes it's like this, like just think for a bit, just sit and think for a bit. Mm. Mm. All right. How much battery do I have left? I have to get my charger. Get my charger real quick for this. Or can I just plug this thing in here? No, I can't. Let me get my charger real quick. That's it? No, it's not it. I'll come back. I bet it's charging.
Things you have configured and it works 100% of the time, but only for those things. It can now do everything, and you have to kind of be willing to accept some kind of errors, right? But in return, you get so much more. So it was just fun for me to see that the transition was like very clear cut. I would say that was 2 years ago, and there were many enthusiastic adoptions of Gen AI. I feel at this moment, while there's still enthusiastic adoption, we have arrived to a more realistic picture of what Gen AI can or cannot do, and some of the challenges, such as on hallucinations, such as on the ability to return ROI, just the ability for voice AI to really have human-like conversations and be reliable. And so I feel like now we're at the more engineering stage where we're beyond the hype, and it's about building solutions that actually bring value versus just a hype.
Totally. Yeah, I think the parallel you highlighted is really interesting, where how do you take all of these industries that had partially automated AI solutions and transition them to Gen AI? What do you think is the hybrid approach, and how can you get some of the, knowing that certain call flows work really well with more like IBR or traditional AI NLP systems, and how do you bring them into the Gen AI world and combine that with like the flexibility and autonomy of those agents using the latest models? Do you try and combine those two? Are you trying to transition entirely? Do you find that those customers maybe just aren't your ICP? How are you thinking about that?
There's definitely a transition. Some of the customers that rely on, let's say, 100% reliability of a certain, let's say, IVR tree that they have prompted, like in the pre-LM world, with thousands of different words, and you have set, I would say, actions depending on what the customer is saying. I do not believe that Gen AI is necessarily the best replacement, and you might still be served with more determinism. On the other hand, you have use cases where the customer is talking more freely. They're giving information, maybe they're describing different use cases, and so Gen AI it's really a much better alternative than the kind of the pre-LM world, where you kind of are testing the patience of customers. They have to say specific things, otherwise it doesn't work. And so there are definitely use cases that are, I would say, better served with kind of old technologies, and there are use cases that are better served with new technologies. There are ways to get LLMs to behave more deterministically, such as by conducting logic outside of LLMs and using kind of more determinism in your overall conversational flow. And so, for example, at Leaping AI, we are also working on some of those approaches.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's something that's really interesting, is that a lot of people think that determinism is inherently tied with unreliability, but I think that you can get reliability in a non-deterministic system. So for example, cloud infrastructure, servers and networks and all of these layers are actually inherently very unreliable. And if you were to compound the unreliability across all of these, you would actually see very high unreliability of this, high unreliable systems.
I would like to maybe give one example. An LLM is very bad at doing math. If you ask an LLM if 12 plus 6 is equal to 36 divided by 2, both should be 18, it might tell you that it's not the same. Or if you are comparing two pieces of text with each other, like is this name of the person the same as the name that is like saved somewhere? The LLM might actually say no, whereas that is the case. So just being aware of those intricacies and then finding ways to deal with it is, I think, the way forward.
Definitely. Yeah, I think it's about knowing capabilities of the models today and where that is now and where they're going. But then the second thing is also you can create reliability out of compounding non-deterministic systems through fallback mechanisms, through redundancy, through all of these other approaches. And I think that's like something that Waymo does, is that they create reliability through redundancy and through large-scale fallback systems. And so I think what can we do in voice AI that resembles that is going to be a really interesting question. How are you guys thinking about creating reliability for agents at Leaping AI? Like, what are some of the techniques that you use?
Yeah, so there are certain ways. So it's going to be a little bit technical, but instead of having certain operations be done with LLMs, we actually kind of delegate them to another module that kind of is programmed using computer science and, for example, does string comparison. If you write a computer science program to do string comparison or to calculate math, it will be 100% exact because it's like a computer doing things, not the LLM. So we actually have a hybrid approach where we have LLMs, but also modules that do deterministic operations work together, where the LLM is able to invoke or kind of tell those other modules, like do this, right? And then come back with the result. So that is one thing. And I think the second aspect is stringent evals. I think like a topic you're also very knowledgeable about. So just evaluating those things where kind of cases go wrong and just like gradually improving the system based on that.
Totally. Yeah, I think that just like defining the metrics that you engineers to actually optimize for those, you can get really using modules for deterministic, for different capabilities, asking a model 3 times for like getting consensus-based results. I think there's a lot of options out there, but if you don't know what's going wrong, you will never get there. So you talked a little bit about how reliability and these deterministic systems versus old school IVR is at play with enterprises. What are some of the other things that you've been seeing enterprises really care about? Because I think you guys have worked a lot with enterprises and have really cracked it.
I think the thing is being very close to the customer. So previously I thought you just go live and that's it. You never see your customers again. They'll just keep paying you until the end of time. That's actually not very true. That is the dream. And it's actually kind of sad, but it is the reality, especially in voice AI. And the reason is, I've quite like a controversial opinion on this, is that until you go live, you don't really know how well voice AI is working, because it is such a personalized technology for every.
That's not a constitutional opinion. That's like I mean, there are facts. It's not a personal. You don't know how good your voice is until it goes live, because I mean, there's so many ways a person can interact with another person. There's only so many ways you can test something. Even if you have ways where AI can run all of these damn tests, I mean, there's probably nearly infinite scenarios that can happen that you just might not know. So, and there's most people don't do automated testing. I mean, these days automated testing is limited. So yeah, I mean, you don't know how good your voice is until it goes live.
And before you go live, you do some tests internally, you do like a cloud test, like kind of your customers' employee base. But when you go live, thousands of people will be calling it up every day, and everyone will speak to it in a different way. And everyone knows that it's a voice AI agent, right? Kind of every day for the rest of time, for every customer, there can be cases where things don't go as well as intended. And so just kind of talking to the customer on a regular basis, trying to understand, is everything going well? Are you hitting your business objectives? Is something that is very important in AI and what we do with every customer. I would say the second thing is in traditional software development, you have probably 80% of development time and 20% in testing. I would say with any given voice AI project, it's probably the opposite, where it's fairly quick to set up the voice AI agent, especially now that we have prompts, and you can even use AI to generate the prompt and tell the AI agent what to do, but then to perfect it in an iterative fashion, to kind of get from 80 to 100% is actually 80% of the work as you count.
Yeah, definitely. I think this new model where agents are this very like evolving organism, like how do you really make sure that the agent is both over time, as the organization has new capabilities, it has to evolve to those new capabilities. As the models get better, the agent has to be like more capable over time. So it doesn't mean just that your agent does these 10 things today, but actually like as the models become better, that you continue to expand the types of issues that it handles. And then third, it's as you see the customer data, and probably the biggest area is like as you see the customer data, no one customer is the same, even if you're selling the same product to lots of different people. And I think that will be a really challenging thing as the industry grows, is how do you scale those operations? How do you scale the customer service operations? How do you scale the being able to adapt your system and maintain it over time? How have you guys been doing that? Like, what are some of the strategies that you employ to scale many instances of your deployment?
Yeah, so I don't think there's any magic bullet. I wish it were like a CD-ROM where you just have one instance and you could scale across like thousands of different companies. Different companies have different customer profiles. So for example, we have companies that primarily deal with older customers. We have companies that primarily, are selling to customers. They're a travel company. They're selling to customers that are on vacation on the side of the museum asking where the guide is and stuff like that. So there's just different ways each of those customers would interact with your voice AI system. So I think, again, it's not very romantic, but having really good account management and having teams that kind of are close to the customer is really, really important. I would say there are two things though, not for all hope is lost. The first thing is that you should give as much power to the customer as possible. I think there was a recent interesting YC essay on that, and like giving the customer the ability to do the system prompts. And so this is what we have been doing. The fun thing with larger customers is it takes longer to sell to them, But usually once they have decided to buy something, they really actually want to make sure that this thing is successful, right? It's not like a smaller customer that just go for it, but there has been a long decision-making process to do voice AI. Now we want to do it correctly. So usually there are definitely resources, and we even have a specialized term for it, leaping AI. So we always hope to nurture like what we call voice AI managers on the side of our customers. So these are people, young, motivated, willing to work with AI, that become deeply familiar with like our system, with prompt engineering, that are kind of also accompanying us in setting up the voice AI agent, but then also doing the QA, right? Evaluating the results, and then going back and improving the prompting. So empowering some of these enterprises to use those tools, right? But giving them the ability to do system prompts, to do QA is very, very important. And I think that the second aspect is results, right? So currently, you have to kind of look at all these voice AI calls and check them manually when went well and what didn't go well. And our bet is that AI can do the same job of going through the calls and listening to them, identifying what went well, what didn't go well within the same platform, and giving improvement potential, right, to whoever is prompting the bot, maybe to the AI itself, and saying, hey, this might be a better way to talk to the customer, and the human can just be like a proof that they would save hours of time of having to manually listen to all the calls.
Yeah, definitely. I think having you guys in that is just such an important part of like, as you give feedback about how the voice you can get, how do you then integrate that into the development cycle? And it just also allows you to do things as you go that like organizations are constantly changing, like how they do things, how they scale. That's the question. So building that into the product so that it's not agent, but it's continuously evolving. I think requires that you have really good results.
I mean, if you think about like a human call center, ideally,
I'm so damn tired, bro.
French people tend to quit their jobs after like 11 months. But ideally, you have a call center where you have three types of job personas. You have the call center agent doing the work, you have someone doing the QA, and then you have a call center supervisor who's responsible for improving the
Why is this thing not working,
like
bro?
changing the scripts, training people. And so there are two lessons from that. First of all, it's a constant cycle of improvement that also we at Leaping AI want to put into our tools. And second, it's always dynamic, right? Ideally, the call center agent is not at the same level of efficacy like in month 10, but they're way better. So it's constantly evolving.
Yeah, definitely. I think something that's interesting we've seen is that people use COBOL to really scale their operations on this front. So I think to the point of like not all hope is lost. I think a lot of these operation things can be scaled. It's just a question of, what types of operations are we seeing and how do we.
Why is this thing not working,
So I
bro?
think something we see both on the vendor side, so I'm building an agent, is how do I make those customer deployments very automated? What is the process for creating a new agent? Finding those use cases that are different and finding those use cases that are similar, and building out like templates in COBOL or building out agents that use a bunch of existing test sets or metrics. And then I think on the flip side, for companies who are buying agents, we see the same process happening where I really like the idea of a voice manager. We often find voice managers in this company buying those agents and work with them to help them understand, how do I evaluate this platform? How do I know where things are working and not working? Where do I need to invest in the knowledge base? Where do I need to invest in better knowledge articles or like better prompts, or where are things going wrong? So I think to your point, it's not necessarily an engineer only problem. It's also really an operations problem. How do you take things that are all very different and streamline them into repeatable processes?
What I would say is that any organization deciding to do voice AI needs to go all in. So again, that's not like the romantic version of the technology is here and it's like click of a button. I would say voice AI, like deploying a voice AI system is like probably one of the more complicated technical things like an organization can do, because it involves several different stakeholders. You need the IT guys, right, providing kind of the technical infrastructure, like API access, but you also need the customer service managers, right, who are giving the domain knowledge into the AI agents. So
Finally.
in a script, though, they would give the prompts, and you would need the voice AI managers that we're talking about that are responsible for the overall project management and the success of the deployment.
Totally. Yeah, I think people are really underestimating, how complicated voice infrastructure is. I think it's much closer to autonomous vehicles where you have lots of different failure points. You're trying to get something on your behalf. You're handling direct customer interactions. And then on top of that, real-time streaming of voice is just a hard problem, regardless. All of these separate technical challenges compound into an actually non-trivial system to deploy. So I think that's where like what Leaping AI is doing, or where Cobalt comes in, is like actually having systems in place where these voice AI and again really. I'm curious from your perspective how cost factors into this. Obviously, everything you said sounds like an expensive deployment. So how do you think about like where and how they're evolving?
Yeah, one hot take, well, maybe it's not that of a hot take, but which I've started to believe, is that voice AI only, especially like if you automate customer support and don't generate additional revenue, which we also do. We have some sales enablement use cases where we actually like schedule appointments, we pre-qualify customers. But if we talk about customer support, right, like having more efficiency, I think voice AI primarily makes sense for larger call centers. So anywhere where you have 500 calls or more, 20 people or more in the call center. Why? Well, there are some call centers that just want 24/7 availability. I would say 98% of call centers, when they think about having some tasks be automated with voice AI, they do want some kind of KPI on how much more efficient can we be, and can we either redeploy, like can we not have people anymore, or can we redeploy people to other departments? And that calculation is very hard for a small call center. Why? Because on the cost side, you have like the implementation cost, which is probably the same, independent if it's like a large or a small project, and you have the running costs of the service and stuff like that. Whereas on the benefit side, if you're a small call center, you probably in absolute numbers cannot really get rid of people in a way where the overall ROI makes sense. So for the most extreme example, right? Let's say you have a call center of 5 people that each work like different shifts. Currently, voice AI is probably not good enough to automate 100% of a certain shift. So you always want a fallback, and if you have only 5 people, each one of them has tremendous value, right? Or let's take even the most extreme example. If you're automating like a virtual receptionist, for like a receptionist like at the dentistry or something, right? Probably, even though you have voice AI, you probably need the receptionist to be around to do other things. So in a way, you have not really reduced any costs, but you have just added to the costs, right? Instead, if you have a large call center and AI, let's say, automates 50, 60% of the requests, I think it does make sense to be able to say, hey, you can reduce 50% capacity of what was there before, because there are still, in absolute numbers, enough people around to kind of fall back on if you have some problems.
Yeah, totally. I think that being said, it does add capabilities like 24/7, like a dentist might not otherwise have 24/7 capabilities. And then second, reduces wait times or enhances customer service. So you might see, faster response times, or now your receptionist can go do something else other than answer the phone. But yeah, I think that's definitely a consideration. How do you handle
that point is interesting. I think there needs to be a more holistic business calculation done with these companies, right? It's not only about cost reduction. It might just as well be that people are freer to do other things, like maybe reply faster to like customer support.
Let's see how good this thing is at.
Other things. But
I think I'm gonna create a view. I'm gonna create a V free version. I think that tests edge cases also. Let's see here. I think that's the best one to test. Actually, no. I think the real estate one is probably the best one. All right, let me test. Let's do both. Let's try both. It's not bad. Didn't understand the question. Okay, did the price fumbling? So did understand it. Okay, this is pretty good. Let me test another one. This is pretty good. Let me test. Let me clear this thread. I don't need to. Let me try the real estate one or this one. Woo! You are a long boy. Long boy. Okay, so that's this one. So let me see. The route 3. Well, actually, route. Immediate transfer. The route one's not immediate. You could do more, but I can update it more afterwards. And then let's ooh. Let's just because I turn it to J because I want the only output JSON, so I turn it to JSON output. Let me test one more for this. All right, copy, clear thread. Oh, run. So look how this create JSON. Is it just gonna create one? Issue is that this one just created one because it's creating multiple JSON objects. That is an issue. Let me see what this thing did. Percent of creators. Conversation histories. Oh, this is cool. They have a compare. Interesting. But that's not what I want to. Oh man, so fucking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the AI to put an example system, because it was only when I use a JSON output setting, it was only outputting it once, but I want to output it multiple different JSONs. So I'll use I'll give the AI examples so you can understand that the structure is multiple different. It puts it all in one JSON block, because I think it wasn't creating multiple personas before when I turned the JSON object, because I think when you create, it's only trained to output one specific JSON, not multiple different JSONs. Oops, wrong. Okay. I don't know why my lights are off. Let me turn this on real quick while I run this. How did I even look like with my lights off? That's a cool ass background though. It is a cool ass background, but it's making me sleepy. So, oh, I was. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. I didn't see that. Anyways, let me turn this on. Woo. Ah. Ah. Woo. And then where was that? Yeah, go here. I feel like it's still generating it's still generating one JSON object when I need it to generate multiple. Let me see. Persona title. Why is it? Yeah, why is it outputting it like that? Example personas. Let's see. Return all personas needed inside one JSON object. Let's see. So that we have it here. Then there should always be more than one persona created. And then let me clear out and then try this again. Prompt. Ooh, run. I might put something back in the video back in the background. So that worked. And these are pretty solid. So inches appointment setter, open with hello. This one's trend album. Oh, did I copy the wrong? Oh, let me click. I didn't copy anything. It's prompt. Dashboard copy here. Run. Let's see. Okay. Really? Okay, this is good. The only thing here is that the prompt I gave it, it's outbound, and it's giving what's it called, this thing called impact speech. Okay, but these are good prompts being pitched, and there should be more. It should be generating more personas, but I'll clean up the prompts as I build it out. This is the V2, and then I wanted to create one more persona. Actually, I want to create the code for this too. Let's see. Let's go back to Replit. Do 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 do. How was it taking the personas JSON? I want to confirm something. Ooh. Let's go persona for creation for AI. Then we go side project. Okay. Is there one? Okay. Question for the extraction code. Just to confirm, it's not. I don't think it is, but because I think it's looking at each bracket inside it to tell it's multiple, I guess, objects in one JSON. But see, is it for each persona inside the JSON, or is it just taking the whole JSON block, Is using JSON calls like this, extracting the entire JSON block? Oh, it does do that? Does it? That's cool. Does it? Let me see. Okay, so I will need you to add code to split the personas. Though how does it know how to split each persona? Like what is it looking? Is it looking at to tell when one persona ends, and a new JSON persona, new object, new persona or object in the JSON starts. Okay. This one's parse. Or actually later. What's this complaining about? Okay. And that's parse equal. Oh, that's what I was complaining about parse. Let's see. So it should be doing the same thing here. Oops. JSON start, JSON end, JSON data. Okay, JSON parse. Didn't need this. JSON parse equals and person equals parse personas. And persona 1, persona 2, persona 2, and then return. Oops. Return everything there. I want to. I'm just gonna be returning more than that. Okay. What's the next one? I forgot what I was gonna do. Okay. I need you. I want to add a new function that will will be returning a similar structured JSON object, and we'll be using OpenAI as an API. And the same, and the same thread, because I don't think they don't need to change the threads. And the same thread as the first VAPI call, but it will be using what's it called? It will be using what will it be using? Be using this assistant. Yeah, here. It'll be using this ID. Also, this will be different. In a sense, I don't know how many personas it will create. So when parsing the JSON, the personas pulled always have dynamic. Also, if you think there should be estimates to above code to better serve multiple Open Assistant API calls, you can make the changes. I'm planning to have about 3 API calls. Oh man. Okay, that's smart. Okay, get. Okay. The one thing is that system IDs won't be sent by request. There are 3 hard-coded system IDs I will use, and when the endpoint is called, it will call the API 3 times to use all 3 of those assistant IDs to create a persona. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I didn't even look at this. I didn't even look at this. Oh, this is smart. I didn't even look at this. Okay. Now, this is better actually. So let me create a new file. New file. HOS.py. Okay. It's completed. So it'll return those. And this call, I can have it just call one endpoint and then do that looping thing he had. To be honest, I kind of like the 3 endpoints better. I don't know why. I just like the 3 endpoints stuff better. And then I can just have the I can have it call all 3 endpoints. And what would I do after though? Because it's gonna call all 3 endpoints. They're gonna start up at a different time. Mm. No, let me ask. Let me actually. Let me see. No, it's a different one. Can Python code know when when can Python track runs? Can Python code track runs? What I mean by this, when an endpoint is hit, can it check when multiple endpoints are hit? multiple endpoints hit in a small time frame, can it check when all 3 endpoints have returned a value? You guys in the rejection better thread. Okay. No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna do the whole one endpoint. I'll have the whole one endpoint thing, and what I'll do after the one endpoint is done, it'll hit the test endpoint, or I can just have it. Yeah, I don't have to have it. I can have it. I can have the one endpoint, and then they can all hit the test point and test endpoint separately. They don't have to. Let me see how VAPI tests are run actually, because does it do batch tests? Does it do how is it? Does it do tests? Does it allow you have batch tests with a bunch of different personas? Do you have to do one test for each persona, or let me see how it works. Let me first see how to create test suit. Yeah, let's say info agent test one chat. Okay, so you can create multiple different tests. I mean, that's fine. I can actually, because I think it'd be better if should I just have it all in one test? Second, wait. Oh, it's set. Oh, I have one test, but I don't know if I can label these tests. Can I? No, I can. Yes, I can label these tests. Yes, I have it in most different endpoints, and then I have multiple different tests actually to kind of split it apart. I think it'd be even cleaner if I just split them apart, anyways. Yeah, that's what I would do. Okay. Okay. Which one was this? Because the first time I actually got it right. Okay, the only question is, what is it returning? Or returns everything here. Take this. Okay, whatever. We'll do it this way. I can always change it back. I'll come back and change it back. And I can just add a persona 3. I'll add the actual system ID for that. Ooh, definitely run 3. And then you get the thread transcript. Okay. Yeah, it gets all those values. You don't have to send the transcript every time, but if it wants, it can. It doesn't really matter. I'll just tell it in this one. Prompt and based on the prompt, the user gives you, and a transcript of the meeting that goes over requirements and conversation flow. The voice agent. You must give myself a few minutes to think to myself. Ooh. Oh, I think it's been 3 minutes past. So like it's been 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, not repeat. All right, let me put on some podcasts. Just for watching this.
It is more complicated, and it also requires you to be upfront and be pretty involved in how the business case is calculated for every quarter.
I think it would be really interesting to see like where people find the greatest value from voice AI, because I think, for example, with Waymo, everyone thought that the greatest gains in Waymo were going to be the fact that you didn't have a driver and so it was cheaper. And that was going to be the reason that people took a self-driving car. But I think what has panned out is that there are all these side effects that make people enjoy Waymo over other services. For example, that they don't have a driver in the car, it's safer, it's more pleasant, they can take work calls, like the car pleasant, or there are all these.
There's no way in the hell driving a car in a car. There's no way in hell taking a taxi that has nobody driving the car is safer than driving by actually human. Those AIs are getting good, but I'm not sure they're getting that good. I would not trust AI to drive me anywhere.
Knock-on effect. And I think we'll probably start to see something like this with voice AI, of even though it might not be cost savings, either customers expect it. For example, like a website, I think in the early 2000s, if there was a shift from if a company.
Let me see if you can actually hear the audio.
If a company now doesn't have a website, it doesn't.
I'm interested you can actually hear the audio. Okay, so let's see if audio is good.
No matter whether or not this is optimizing anything, it just reduces confidence in that company, and the quality of the website, as well as like brands and user satisfaction, etc. I think we'll probably see the same thing happen with voice AI, where if a company just doesn't have a strong voice AI offering, people will be frustrated.
Okay, what was I going to do next? So the next is Persona 3. Persona 3 is going to be for, I guess, for the edge cases, like for the really big edge cases that I want it to test.
What is your take on where we are right now in terms of technology maturity? Like, is this value already realized at scale? Is it only realized when, let's say, the implementation is done really well? Is it like not realized? Like, what is your take on the current situation?
Yeah, I think generally right now, there's two problems, which is people and customers don't have enough confidence in voice AI for the cases that it can handle. So you see customers not willing to trust voice AI and asking immediately for a human, even for cases that actually voice AI can do a really good job at today. It's a good point. And then on the flip side, I think customers being too scared, businesses being too scared to deploy voice AI for capabilities that it can definitely handle. On the flip side, I would say where we're still seeing things struggle is like long conversations, instruction following, reliable tool calls, background noise, pronunciation of numbers, alphanumeric sequences, etc. And I think these problems will be solved, but there's still, I think, really complex cases that are not streamlined workflows. I think voice agents still struggle. And so I think what we're seeing as the most successful deployments are those where you're able to successfully really scope a very clear problem that you're solving. I think the biggest trip up we see for people building voice agents is that they try to do too much. They try to say their agent will do anything and everything for someone. I'm curious how you guys have scoped the problem, because this is a really important part of making customers successful.
So it's been a painful learning, to be honest. Coming from BCG, I had grandiose ideas of what voice AI can be. I remember for the first customer, I told them that this will be able to automate 80% of all the calls, right? And they were like, wow, amazing, doing the quick math, right, of what 80% means. And while we've hit 80% in some use cases, it has not been across the board, because there are some edge cases that you would never expect before going live. And so for new customers, we are definitely pitching it in a more realistic way, because happiness is just like expectation minus reality, right? And so, for example, like with some of the more recent deployments, we're telling them, hey, we are pretty confident we can automate 40 to 50% of, so for this travel company, right, we recently pitched. So they are providing experiences across the world. And one of their pain points is that they have not the ability to kind of handle customer volume 24/7 from all over. And so we told them not 80%, but we told them, hey, this is going to automate 40 to 50% of your calls. But even those that are not able to be automated will still kind of categorize the issue, and we will put that into your Zendesk system, right? And so we recently launched a pilot like 2 weeks ago, going live in their Singaporean and Australian markets, and we're able to hit 40 to 50% in the use cases that we kind of align with them to do, which is like canceling and modifying bookings. But even in all these other use cases, right, we're able to at least be there, take the issue, and create a ticket. And so these are things you learn over time, what you can and cannot promise. And the way I see it, it's going to asymptote to kind of the equilibrium, because if you tend to overpromise every time, customers will just churn. And if you underpromise all the time, you will just not get any contracts. So there is probably a middle ground where you get deals and customer contracts, but they don't churn after 3 months because you are delivering what you told them you would deliver.
Definitely. Yeah, I think I love this idea of, and I think I'm generally excited about more hybrid approaches until voice AI I think we're going to get there. I think voice AI, people are simultaneously not thinking big enough of what does a really magical fully autonomous voice AI system look like. So what does a magical autonomous voice AI system look like? But also, how do we know where we are today, and how can we be realistic about the capabilities that it can actually achieve? So I think scoping it to very clear points will help you get there.
Well, I would say what I would actually recommend for customers is to definitely go for it, right? And there are definitely lots of case studies, right, by many vendors, us included, of things working. But maybe start with like a specific use case. So we are working with a retailer that is using us a lot for different kinds of things. And in the beginning, they were skeptical whether this is going to work at all, especially because they work with older customers. And together we implemented like a first use case that actually had 4 times the ROI of what we promised them. So basically it was like so they're selling like physical products on a subscription basis, and sometimes people will cancel the subscription but not return the product, right? And so they would have huge working capital issues. And they use voice AI to just call up the database of everyone who has not returned the product, and they made more money from the returned products than like they invest in voice AI 4 times as much. And that gave them the confidence to do another use case, right? Where maybe now you call customers that haven't paid yet, right? Another use case. And let's say that works. Then you call their older customers, right? Where like some action in like the buying flow has not been completed, and you try to like re-engage them on like the buying process, right? And now they're in the process of also kind of replacing their inbound telephony line with voice AI. They got the confidence by doing one use case at a time and just adding, but making sure that you feel comfortable adding them after having experience with the system. And this is probably much better than trying to do everything at the same time and like probably not affecting any of them. And also this is the importance of, in our case, of having what we call these voice AI managers, because all of these 10 use cases or we're now at 10 use cases with that one customer, where it's been one guy orchestrating the build out of all these use cases. Like that guy was enabled by us to kind of do the first use case. But then after understanding how it works, he's setting up the next use cases or talking and enabling his colleagues to set up those use cases. And so it's a process where I don't even am involved in kind of the 1 to 10 step. It's like I enable them to go from 0 to 1, and they're helping themselves with our tool to go from like 1 to 10.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's a really smart deployment strategy. And I think this is also what we tell a lot of our customers to do, is to like nail one use case really well, because then your customer can say, this worked really well for this use case, and now you've had success. And then you can always expand to more use cases. Whereas if you expand to many use cases all at once, you're inevitably going to fail at some of them. And so now it's seen as, it didn't do a good job at these cases versus it did a good job at all of these other cases. And I think that's also where evals come in too, is being able to show, even if you called it and one time it didn't do well, we can show over 100 or 1,000 calls. This is how often it's succeeding. And so just because you call it once, that may be 1 out of 1,000 calls that you got unlucky on. But you can have confidence that this is deployed at scale. And I think that's really helpful. We're saying these are the call paths that you care a lot about. And we're nailing those call paths, even if something is outside of distribution, doesn't work very well. That's a known thing that is not supposed to work well. And you can align on that with your customers. I'm curious what use cases you're most excited for in voice AI. Like where are you seeing the biggest like the strongest fit and the most success for voice AI?
So our system, there are some other players in the market that work with kind of like one prompt systems, and we are not passionate about those. We are more passionate about repeatable use cases that span several steps and also that have some kind of read-write operation from some kind of database. So what we like are more complex, but still repeatable motions where, let's say, you're able to read information from database, but also, let's say, place, like do something, like take an action, because then we really go end to end, and there's no human involvement in kind of that specific strand of use case. So things like, let's say, cancellation of a booking, modifying a booking, scheduling an appointment, helping customers claim a ticket, but also more complicated stuff like one of the things we started with, like actually helping this wine merchant help customers over a 5-minute call to buy wine. And so this is like a brutally complex use case across like 16 different conversation steps. But first of all, you have to identify the customer. You have to ask them if it's okay for this conversation to be recorded. Then you have to authenticate this customer. Then you have to ask them what they want to do. Then you have to take the wine order. You have to ask them how many bottles they want to buy. You ask them if you can recommend a wine. Then you kind of verify the shipping address. Then you verify the billing address. If there are any vouchers, you make it available to them. And then you verify the order and put that into the order system.
Okay, I've been distracted for too long.
Kind of like exactly what an e-commerce shop would do, kind of with voice.
This is my watch, and I think it just
consistent at 70 to 80% automation rate.
Yeah.
While it's complex, it's still repeatable.
Okay, let's go back to
the prompt. The most unfit use cases for voice AI, next to just like AI selling you something on the phone, is stuff where every instance of the conversation is highly
your prompt gen that you
will
really have me generate a persona that will test cases for this voice agent. Test cases are just like
clear what you need to do. And so the more individualization you have in the conversation,
just
kind of sad because that's the problem
pieces.
AI to more individualization. At this moment, the less of an
that kind of
and the more
test.
repeatable it is, the better.
Yeah, I think the hard part is not that it needs individualized, but more that the process on the company side is individualized. So we can tailor experiences,
like a scenario
to certain customers, but what's really hard is if the company doesn't know what they want. Those are the cases that we see like
scenario
most with voice AI. So things like
doesn't
refund
cover
exceptions or doing very responsive, tailored exceptions for any type of
scenarios.
System. That's still very hard to do with voice
dialogue,
AI, because of the people problem. Yeah, I think that we're going to start to see. I think the other case that's we're still seeing as a really hard case is for these more creative outbound cases of outbound sales or
context.
Just talk to you
kind
and
of figure out what to say.
Like some goal of like converting you to a customer, things like that.
There's the route.
People tend to be very resistant to talking to AI to begin with. Whereas if you're trying to accomplish something, you're actually very open to talking to AI, at least from what we've seen, because you're trying to just get your so you're more really
So I would differentiate between three different things, right?
super
The first one is where you tell existing customers to do something. I think that works. Like debt collection, you're reminding them of something, which is kind of non-threatening. I would say that works. The second type is where you do the call as short as possible and try to get some key insights, right?
Handle
like, for example, I'm calling you because you signed up on the website. Let me just ask the questions to make sure that the demand is real. Can I transfer you? What is not possible is where you cold call someone completely, or where you try to sell them on something very expensive, right? And try to close the deal on the phone. I've not seen a single like deployment where that has like worked out, even though it might work with humans, right? It's just not working out with AI. I thought a lot about why. I think it's like all of the above what we just described, like complexity.
Yeah.
Humans not trusting AI, hesitance to buy over the phone, probably all of the above.
Yeah, and that may culturally shift too. I think I'm really excited to see like how things culturally shift as voice AI and deploys in more use cases and how people like to relate to it. I guess the last question for you is how do you generally what do you think are some of the strongest ways to eval for these complex use cases? How do you go about creating both automatic evals as well as more curated evals for that?
Yeah. So for us, we currently started with post-call eval, where instead of a human going through like hundreds of calls every day, you have an AI which just click a button and it would tell you what went well, what didn't go well, and what you violated, like what policies you violated. I would say we launched that to much enthusiasm, but we realized it's not the complete picture. People actually want to know before the call happens, like how it's going to go, like kind of simulation style. So the kind of non-appropriate example I will do is imagine you're like a general in World War I, and like you're about to send your soldiers into battle. What we right now do is like we send the soldiers into battle and then realize like how many people survived, how many people died, and what to improve. Whereas the correct approach would be
what the fuck in the carpet?
What the fuck? Like how you have to structure yourself, what you need to do to as many soldiers kind of cross the line as possible. So I think that is something we like to learn actually just like last week that we should do more of. That I think you guys are doing as well.
What a weird ass. What a weird ass. What's it called? What a weird ass comparison. A simile.
That I think is really interesting that is underrated is just having the evals is probably not alone. One always has to think about the next steps and how to improve. So what we're actually also investing in is like an optimizer module that can take the feedback from the eval and improve the prompts, I mean, at the end of the day, like voice AI settings is just like a JSON file. So you could even have the parameter be the gender of the voice, right? Maybe you're discovering people are hanging up because they're speaking to this gender, and like you might change the gender and it might lead to better results. And so I would not only think in terms of evals, like pre and post conversation, but also in terms of next steps, like how does that inform kind of what you need to prompt, how you need to set up the voice AI agent.
I think once you get to a certain scale and the confidence of being able to know whether or not a call went well, which I think we're still as an industry trying to figure out. But once you get there, something I'm so excited about with voice AI is that then you can start to do A/B testing of, did this solve your problem or did this solve your problem better? Can you be able to look at across a sample of thousands of cases, what's the probability that this conversation succeeded for all of these different cases based on these different parameters. So I think A/B testing, being able to do strong monitoring, and then simulation before this all hits production, so that you can say how often did we successfully get to the pieces.
Yeah, the nice thing about voice AI is that you tend to not lack data points, especially because like some of our customers are making like thousands of calls per day. So one could have a vision where, let's say you have the old setup that is doing 90% of the prompts, but you have kind of 10% on some kind of experimental setup where you change the prompts, you change the scripting, and you just see which one performs better, and you just iterate over time.
Totally. Well, last question for you is, what are you most excited for in voice AI in developing going forward?
So on, like,
yeah, there's two things. The first thing that I really want is for the LLMs to get better. Because like a lot of the problems we're seeing is like lack of instruction following, not able to do math, right? We know that LLMs are next web predictors. They're not computer science. So maybe Sam Altman and Co can find ways to make LLMs better. I think that would reduce a lot of problems.
I mean, Sam Altman is not really the one that's make those LLMs better. Yeah, he's a face.
So for most agents, I feel like there's an opportunity for something kind of other segments of the market and provide more overall solutions and unlock more market potential. This is something that if I ever get big enough, I definitely want to do, attack like adjacent market segments and vertically integrate my solution. So the vision is if a customer comes in, they want like efficient call center operations, just go to one vendor, which hopefully at some point is Leaping AI, instead of having another vendor that they have to integrate Leaping AI into.
Cool. Well, it was awesome talking today, Kevin. It's super fun to chat about all things voice AI. Yeah, thanks for coming on the show.
Take care. Bye.
Thanks so much.
My name's Dustin Ray, and for me, it's always been about entrepreneurship. As a kid, I never heard the word entrepreneur. It was just what I did. I was buying, selling, trading baseball cards. I was mowing lawns for money. So I guess entrepreneurship was just in my DNA. I started my career off in the music industry. I had various ventures along the way. Many of them failed, but tons of lessons learned that led me to meeting some great people along the way, including my current business partner, Nick. Any business that continues to survive has to be willing to adapt and change. Every business wants to get to the next level. And for Inkfile, that next level was busy. The reason the rebrand and the name change was really just a story of evolution. At the time when InkFile started, that was a great name, but we look at where we are 20 years later and the world has changed. Young people that are starting businesses today don't think I need to go to an attorney to start a business. They just start a business.
I greatly inspire action. Should I watch this?
VR or traditional.
It sounds cool, but I don't know. I feel like TED Talks are just people talking like this yap.
What you believe. The goal is not just to hire people who need a job. It's to hire people who believe what you believe.
That sounds like yapping, but I just want to listen to it. Oops. Nope.
Awesome. Hey everyone, I'm Brooke. I'm the founder of Kova.
I gotta go back to that.
How do you explain when things don't go as we assume? Or better, how do you explain when others are able to achieve things that seem to defy all of the assumptions? For example, why is Apple so innovative? Year after year after year after year, they're more innovative than all their competition. And yet they're just a computer company. They're just like everyone else. They have the same access to the same talent, the same agencies, the same consultants, the same media. Then why is it that they seem to have something different? Why is it that Martin Luther King led the civil rights movement? He wasn't the only man who suffered in a peaceful rights America, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day. Why him? And why is it that the Wright brothers were able to figure out controlled powered man flight when there were certainly other teams who were better qualified, better funded, and they didn't achieve powered man flight? The Wright brothers beat them to it. There's something else at play here.
They might talk about.
About 3.5 years ago, I made a discovery, and this discovery profoundly changed
Very similar. It's very similar.
on how I thought the world worked, and it even profoundly changed the way in which
You're discussing.
As it
They
turns out,
might
there's a pattern. As it
mention.
turns out,
Might
great
continue. They might
inspiring
add
leaders
on
and organizations
to
in
a
the world,
statement.
whether it's Apple,
Statement
Martin Luther King, or the Wright
you're
brothers,
you're
they all
making,
think, act, and communicate
or
the exact
one
same way.
they're
And it's the
currently
complete opposite
making.
to everyone else.
Mm.
All I
They
do
might
is codify it.
they might refer back
It's probably
to
the
something
world's simplest
earlier
idea. I call it the
conversation.
golden circle.
They might make some jokes,
Why, how,
and so
what?
on.
This little
So,
idea explains
also
why some
mention
organizations and some leaders are
the
able to
personas-
inspire
personas-
where others aren't. Let me define
so-
the terms really quickly.
It also mentioned the transcript.
Every single organization on the planet knows what they do 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result.
Client that goes over,
By why, I mean what's your
over
purpose, what's your cause, what's your
what
belief.
was
Why does your organization
requirements.
exist? Why do you get out of bed?
They
And why should anyone care?
to do
Well, as a result, the way we
and
think, the way we act, the way we
the
communicate
prompts
is from the outside in. It's
of the
obvious.
voice
It's the
agent.
clearest thing, to the fuzziest
It's
thing.
testing.
But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done. That's how most sales is done. And that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do. We say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers, the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? Are you ready to buy a computer from me? All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that the way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right?
No.
Are you ready to buy a computer?
I mean,
all I did was reverse the order of the information.
I kind of need a computer, so I probably would, but it's not like, it wasn't that convincing.
People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple. But as I said before, Apple's just a computer company. There's nothing that distinguishes them structurally from any of their competitors. Their competitors are all equally qualified to make all of these products. In fact, they tried. A few years ago, Gateway came out with flat screen TVs. They're eminently qualified to make flat screen TVs. They've been making flat screen monitors for years. Nobody bought one. So if I turned off beta tomorrow, I would need to double my support teams. And Dell came out with MP3 players and PDAs. And they make great quality products, and they can make perfectly well-designed products, and nobody bought one. In fact, talking about it now, we can't even imagine buying an MP3 player from Dell. Why would you buy an MP3 player from a computer company? But we do it every day. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The goal is not to do business with everybody who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Here's the best part. None of what I'm telling you is my opinion. It's all grounded in the tenets of biology, not psychology, biology. If you look at a cross-section of the human brain, looking from the top down, what you see is the human brain is actually broken into three major components that correlate perfectly with the golden circle. Our newest brain, our Homo sapien brain, our neocortex, corresponds with the what level. The neocortex is responsible for all of our rational and analytical thought and language. The middle two sections make up our limbic brains, and our limbic brains are responsible for all of our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior, all decision-making, and it has no capacity for language. In other words, when we communicate from the outside in, yes, people can understand vast amounts of complicated information like features and benefits and facts and figures. It just doesn't drive behavior. When we communicate from the inside out, we're talking directly to the part of the brain that controls behavior, and then we allow people to rationalize it with the tangible things we say and do. This is where gut decisions come from. You know, sometimes you can give somebody all the facts and the figures and they say, I know what all the facts and details say, but it just doesn't feel right. Why would we use that verb? It doesn't feel right. Because the part of the brain that controls decision-making doesn't control language. And the best we can muster up is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Or sometimes you say you're leading with your heart or you're leading with your soul. Well, I hate to break it to you, those aren't other body parts controlling your behavior. It's all happening here in your limbic brain, the part of the brain that controls decision-making and not language. But if you don't know why you do what you do, and people respond to why you do what you do, then how will you ever get people to vote for you or buy something from you, or more importantly, be loyal and want to be a part of what it is that you do? Again, the goal is not just to sell people who need what you have. The goal is to sell to people who believe what you believe. The goal is not just to hire people who need a job. It's to hire people who believe what you believe. I always say that there's if you hire people just because they can do a job, they'll work for your money. But if you hire people who believe what you believe, they work for you with blood and sweat and tears. And nowhere else is there a better example of this than with the Wright brothers. Most people don't know about Samuel Pierpont Langley. And back in the early 20th century, the pursuit of powered man flight was like the .com of the day. Everybody was trying it. And Samuel Pierpont Langley had what we assume to be the recipe for success. I mean, even now you ask people, why did your product or why did your company fail? And people always give you the same permutation of the same three things. Undercapitalized, the wrong people, bad market conditions. It's always the same three things. So let's explore that. Samuel Pierpont Langley was given $50,000 by the War Department to figure out this flying machine. Money was no problem. He held a seat at Harvard and worked at the Smithsonian and was extremely well connected. He knew all the big minds of the day. He hired the best minds money could find, and the market conditions were fantastic. The New York Times followed him around everywhere, and everyone was rooting for Langley. And how come we've never heard of Samuel Pierpont Langley? A few hundred miles away in Dayton, Ohio, Orville and Wilbur Wright. They had none of what we consider to be the recipe for success. They had no money. They paid for their dream with the proceeds from their bicycle shop. Not a single person on the Wright brothers team had a college education, not even Orville or Wilbur. And the New York Times followed
That's
them
crazy.
around nowhere. The difference was Orville and Wilbur were driven by a cause, by a purpose, by a belief. They believed that if they could figure out this flying machine, it'll change the course of the world. Samuel Pierpont Langley was different. He wanted to be rich and he wanted to be famous. He was in pursuit of the result. He was in pursuit of the riches. And lo and behold, look what happened. The people who believed in the Wright brothers' dream worked with them with blood and sweat and tears. The others just worked for the paycheck. And they tell stories of how every time the Wright brothers went out, they would have to take 5 sets of parts because that's how many times they would crash before they came in for supper. Hello.
Those guys are probably crazy as shit, bruh. Imagine flying something, knowing that you can fall like 50 feet or whatever from the air, bruh.
See why 98% of multi... And eventually, on December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers took flight. And no one was there to even experience it. We found out about it a few days later. And further proof that Langley was motivated by the wrong thing, the day the Wright brothers took flight, he quit. He could have said, that's an amazing discovery, guys, and I will improve upon your technology. But he didn't. He wasn't first. He didn't get rich. He didn't get famous. So he quit. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And if you talk about what you believe, you will attract those who believe what you believe. Well, why is it important to attract those who believe what you believe? Something called the law of diffusion of innovation. And if you don't know the law, you definitely know the terminology. The first 2.5% of our population are our innovators. The next 13.5% of our population are our early adopters. The next 34% are your early majority, your late majority, and your laggards. The only reason these people buy touch-tone phones is because you can't buy rotary phones anymore. We all sit at various places at various times on the scale, but what the law of diffusion of innovation tells us is that if you want mass market success or mass market acceptance of an idea, you cannot have it until you achieve this tipping point between 15 and 18% market penetration, and then the system tips. And I love asking businesses, what's your conversion on new business? And they love to tell you, oh, it's about 10%, proudly. Well, you can trip over 10% of the customers. We all have about 10% who just get it. That's how we describe them, right? That's like that gut feeling, oh, they just get it. The problem is, how do you find the ones that just get it before you're doing business with them versus the ones who don't get it? So it's this here, this little gap, that you have to close, as Geoffrey Moore calls it, crossing the chasm. Because you see, the early majority will not try something until someone else has tried it first. And these guys, the innovators and the early adopters, they're comfortable making those gut decisions. They're more comfortable making those intuitive decisions that are driven by what they believe about the world and not just what product is available. These are the people who stood online for 6 hours to buy an iPhone when they first came out, when you could have just walked into the store the next week and bought one off the shelf. These are the people who spent $40,000 on flat screen TVs when they first came out, even though the technology was substandard. And by the way, they didn't do it because the technology was so great. They did it for themselves. It's because they wanted to be first. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And what you do simply proves what you believe. In fact, people will do the things that prove what they believe. The reason that person bought the iPhone in the first 6 hours, or stood in line for 6 hours, was because of what they believed about the world and how they wanted everybody to see them. They were first. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So let me give you a famous example, a famous failure and a famous success of the law of diffusion of innovation. First, the famous failure. It's a commercial example. As we said before a second ago, the recipe for success is money and the right people and the right marketing conditions, right? You should have success then. Look at TiVo. From the time TiVo came out about 8 or 9 years ago to this current day, they are the single highest quality product on the market. Hands down, there is no dispute. They were extremely well funded. Market conditions were fantastic. I mean, we use TiVo as a verb. I TiVo stuff on my piece of junk Time Warner DVR all the time. But TiVo is a commercial failure. They've never made money. And when they went IPO, their stock was at about $30 or $40 and then plummeted, and it's never traded above 10. In fact, I don't think it's even traded above 6, except for a couple of little spikes. Because you see, when TiVo launched their product, they told us all what they had. They said, we have a product that pauses live TV, skips commercials, rewinds live TV, and memorizes your viewing habits without you even asking. And the cynical majority said, we don't believe you. We don't need it. We don't like it. You're scaring us. What if they had said, if you're the kind of person who likes to have total control over every aspect of your life, boy, do we have a product for you. It pauses live TV, skips commercials, memorizes your viewing habits, etc., etc. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, and what you do simply serves as the proof of what you believe. Now let me give you a successful example of the law of diffusion of innovation.
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right here in Atlanta. Inside this workshop, you'll learn you don't need to be a Wall Street pro to trade like one. Instead of getting a finance degree, what if you could figure out when and where Wall Street institutions were buying and selling, so you can place trades and investments alongside them instead of against them? It's all about locating their financial footprints, and that's exactly what we'll show you in our free workshop. It's a true breakthrough for knowing when to buy and sell. Over the past 25 years.
In the summer of 1963, 250,000 people showed up on the Mall in Washington to hear Dr. King speak. They sent out no invitations, and there was no website to check the date. How do you do that? Well, Dr. King wasn't the only man in America who was a great orator. He wasn't the only man in America who suffered in a pre-civil rights America. In fact, some of his ideas were bad, but he had a gift. He didn't go around telling people what needed to change in America. He went around and told people what he believed. I believe, I believe, I believe, he told people. And people who believed what he believed took his cause and they made it their own, and they told people. And some of those people created structures to get the word out to even more people. And lo and behold, 250,000 people showed up on the right day, on the right time to hear him speak. How many of them showed up for him? 0. They showed up for themselves. It's what they believed about America that got them to travel on a bus for 8 hours to stand in the sun in Washington in the middle of August. It's what they believed. And it wasn't about black versus white. 25% of the audience was white. Dr. King believed that there are 2 types of laws in this world, those that are made by a higher authority, and those that are made by man. And not until all the laws that are made by man are consistent with the laws that are made by the higher authority will we live in a just world. It just so happens that the civil rights movement was the perfect thing
to helping bring his cause to life. We followed not for him, but for ourselves. And by the way, he gave the I have a dream speech, not the I have a plan speech. Listen to politicians now with their comprehensive 12-point plans. They're not inspiring anybody. Because there are leaders and there are those who lead. Leaders hold a position of power or authority, but those who lead inspire us. Whether they're individuals or organizations, not because we have to, but because we want to. We follow those who lead, not for them, but for ourselves. And it's those who start with why that have the ability to inspire those around them or find others who inspire them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. The number one communication expert.
It's about us just learning a new series of behaviors. For example, there's something called a siren technique. In 3, 2, and 1. I'm crazier than usual. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. You did a great job, right? And then this next one is volume. So critical. Because if I just increase my volume and I talk like this, I sound a little bit aggressive, don't I? But with volume, to highlight something, you could go very quiet. So it's about waking people up to the power of their voice. And we all have access to these tools. Let's go through all 5.
Vin Jiang is the award-winning speaker and communication expert who helps people harness the power of their voice and body language in all areas of their life.
Just so overwhelming of how many people are suffering with not being able to communicate. They're asking, I'm introverted. Does that mean that I'm doomed? How do I become more confident? How do I speak on the spot? And we think there's no way for me to ever change this. It's super sad because I lived a massive part of my life like that. I was the awkward kid. I couldn't communicate with anyone. I moved schools so many times because I was bullied. But then I broke the mold. And then I just learned all these...
This is the intro, by the way. This is crazy. This is a really good intro. This is the intro.
Anyone can do this in 3 to 6 months, and I'm going to teach you. So the first thing that really matters is a 3-step process that I call a record and record. It's going to dramatically change the way you talk and the way you show up. How do we start a conversation with another human being? I've got a simple game called Hello Buffer, and it gives you 3 opportunities for a conversation to spark. And we'll play it in a second. And then there's hand gestures that level up your physical presence, and then a simple framework that helps build connection. There's so many other things we talk about, and we're going to go through them. But some people do have severe social anxiety. What do you say to those people? The first thing I would do is... This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Then, if you had to summarize what it is you do fundamentally and why you do it, how would you summarize it? I help people learn that they have access to one of the most beautiful instruments in the world that can help them negotiate whatever reality they desire. And I learned this through my first ever vocal teacher, Miss Stanley. And I'll never forget this experience. There's a dingy music corner in South Australia, and I would go there for lessons. And the first time I met her, I walked into the room. She's an old lady, and she says nothing to me except the words, "Sit down, young man." So I sit. It feels super awkward. It feels super weird. And then she plays one key nonstop on the piano for 2 minutes. It's literally, I was like, oh shit, this is like something out of a horror movie. And then she turns around and she goes, "How do you feel?" I said, "Nothing, weird, awkward, what?" And then she goes, "Good," turns around, plays this beautiful song called Mariage d'Amour. Goes on for 2 minutes. And then she goes, "How do you feel?" And I said, weirded out from before still. But I feel, wow, that song had love. There was lust, there was romance, there was excitement. And she goes, "Good. Honey, most people go through life speaking like this. I'm going to teach you how to speak like this." And that's, to me at the time, I remember thinking to myself, that is the greatest sales pitch I've ever heard in my life. Because I'm now going to sign up for 12 classes with you because you've just helped me realize something I've been struggling with my entire life. I haven't been thinking about my voice as an instrument. I thought it was a tool. What do you do with a hammer? You use a hammer. What do you do with a screwdriver? You use a screwdriver. What do you do with a piano? You play with it. What do you do with the violin? You play with it. And she started to teach me that I have this instrument that depending on how I play it, it changes and shifts how others feel.
How much do you think that will change the trajectory of someone's life? Like, what is the impact? If I get really good at communication, why does it matter?
I was invisible my entire childhood. I was invisible. I wasn't the cool kid. I wasn't the good-looking kid. I wasn't the charismatic
Hey, don't put yourself down like that.
kid. I wasn't the anything. And by learning this skill, I've been able to negotiate an incredible reality. And that's why I love Tim Ferriss's quote so much.
Sounds like belief.
Cool. Well, what skill do we use to negotiate the reality we desire? It's our ability to communicate. Teaching that to others has been one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done. And I genuinely believe that makes the world a better place. And I almost sometimes feel like I'm just here to tune piano. I want to help people tune and fix and learn how to play. And I get so much fulfillment from that. My parents have this fundamental belief, it's so beautiful. They believe every child is born with a diamond, with a gift, with something in them. So I found one of my diamonds early on. It was magic. Right? So I was really good at magic. They hoped it was medicine, accounting, the Asian prophecy. So when I found that diamond being magic, I thought that all I had to do was get really good technically as a magician. Because that's what I was taught at university, being an accountant. Oh, if you become really technically proficient as an accountant, you'll become an amazing accountant. You'll be successful. You get the BMW, you get everything, get partner. So I thought, okay, magic, same thing. Get really good technically. Spend thousands of hours in my bedroom by myself, in front of a mirror, practicing magic. Got nowhere. Because I was missing an ingredient. Magicians call it showmanship. Fancy word for communication skills. Right? We're both inspired by the same person, I believe. One of the people we're inspired by is Darren Brown. Impeccable showmanship. Impeccable technical skills. So when you pair technical skills with great communication skills, that's when you thrive, I believe. Because let's say, for example, you're technically brilliant, you're a 10 out of 10 technically, but you're 3 out of 10 with your communication skills. Do you think people perceive you to be a 10 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10? And you know this, hearing so many different pitches. Some of the greatest ideas have flown under your radar without you noticing because the founder didn't do it justice.
It's an interesting idea to think that we might rise or fall to the level, not of our technical ability, but our communication skills as it relates to how the world perceives us.
And it's both. The importance there is both. Whereas I feel like we get stuck into this world where we think, oh, it's one or the other. And my students always ask me this, which one should I focus on? And I said, well, the reality is both. It's not as simple, it's both. Because if I have great showmanship and then when it comes to doing sleight of hand, I suck, that's not going to work either. The people that I've been able to help the most in my career so far are the people who are technically so amazing at what they do. And they've been hidden away in the back office as a technician. And then bloody Brad always gets the promotion. Right? Brad always gets it. Damn it, Brad got it again. Brad's not smart as me. Brad is not as good as me. Right? And it's because Brad talks better. He's more visible in the work environment.
You really think it often comes down to just how we speak and communicate?
Yeah, kind of.
Because if you can't communicate your value in a way that is clear and concise, people, it's not their responsibility to see the brilliance that exists within you. It's, I believe, your responsibility to learn how to shine your light brightly. It's super sad because I lived a massive part of my life like that. English is my third language. First language I learned is a Chinese dialect. Not that impressive. My wife speaks 5, but thank you. The first language I learned was a Chinese dialect called Diqiu.
Impressive. I think your wife is super impressive.
Second language I then had to learn fluently is Vietnamese. So I had to learn all these different languages growing up. These were my first 2 core languages that if I wasn't proficient in it, grammar would be pissed off. Mum would be pissed off. So we had to study it. And then I went to school and had to learn English. So I went to school. I was completely invisible. I couldn't communicate with any other kid. They couldn't communicate with me. So what do kids do? Oh, it's too hard. I would just ignore you then. They bully you. Oh, yes. I didn't even know it was bullying because I couldn't understand them. Right? I could kind of read what they seemed to mean, but I had no idea what they were saying. So I spent so much of my childhood, especially in those single-digit years around 5, 6, and 7. This is super sad, but I just spent a lot of time in the toilet because I didn't want to deal with the shame of being seen by myself. So I just hid. I just found a corner somewhere and no one. And then gradually I started to learn English. But even when I learned English, I sounded funny because I had an accent. So then they'll call me FOB, F-O-B, fresh off the boat. Yeah. And they just kept calling me, oh, there's the FOB, there's the FOB. Oh, he's so fobby. So then, even though I learned the English language now, I'm scared to speak it because I don't want to sound like a FOB. And there were all these challenges. And so I know what it's like to feel invisible. I know what it's like to be ignored. And
that was a long time ago. And I guess the question that leaves me with is, how easy is it for someone to learn? Like, what is the time span that it would take from the experience you've had with teaching people to make a radical change in your communication skills?
It depends on your level of desire and motivation.
If you really want it,
I'd say 3 to 6 months.
You think you can change your communication skills in a radical way in 3 to 6 months?
I've seen it. I've seen students do it. It's when, instead of just thinking about, I'm trying to learn a new habit, it's what James Clear says, you adopt a new identity. Where they adopt that new identity. Because one of the things I do is I share that story about my schooling experience at the beginning of my in-person classes, and I say, I want you all to imagine now you're at a new school. No one here in this room with us right now has any preconceived idea of who you are. Break the mold. Break it. And then you see grown adults do things they wouldn't normally do. Break out of the door, play with their voice, be a little silly, reconnect with their inner child. And then in that moment, they fall so deeply in love with that version of them because of the reactions they've been able to get from all these strangers around them that they commit to it. It's when you experience that change in the moment, it usually leads to a fairly profound desire after that. Oh, I want to become this now. But then they make a big mistake. And the biggest mistake they make is they'll go home to their partner and who has no context of the experience they've been through. And they're just like, oh, I've been quiet with my voice my entire life. And they'll go home, they're like, new me, new year, new me, honey. And then the partner goes, oh, why are you doing that with your voice? Oh, you learned that from being mother. That's gross. Why are you doing that? It's so fake. It's so inauthentic. And then they revert back to who they have always been their entire life.
What areas of one's life have you seen in those examples change when someone learned communication skills? Because we often, the examples we've given so far are just like work.
Yeah. With their children. This has been the coolest part because I'm a dad. I teach a concept called vocal foundations, which we can dive into later. And there's these beautiful 5 core vocal foundations that people can learn. And I love it when parents go through it because I always see these comments where they said, oh my goodness, just read to the kids. They've never reacted to me in that way before. The one night I go home and I read to my kids and I do it in a boring way. They go, Dad, don't read it like that. Do it the fun way. And what they're asking for is they're asking for that vocal variety. They're asking for that inner child, for that playfulness. And I think that's one of my greatest superpowers is the ability to be playful.
So you're going to help me in work. You're going to help me be a more entertaining, engaging parent. Are there any other areas of one's life that improve when they crack communication?
Yes, there is an area. And the area is improv. Learn improvisation. People all want to get better at communication. Often it's because they want to get better at conversations. What is a game of conversation? What are we doing right now? What are we doing? This is a game of improv. I don't know what you're going to say. You don't know what I'm going to say. And then based on what I say, you improvise and you say something. So even though I know you've never done improv before, you are amazing to become the incredible podcaster that you are right now. It's such an important skill when you're playing with your kids too. It helps you with the tide that lifts all boats. Because kids love to play. They'll say something like, oh, and then the cow now is an astronaut. And most parents will be like, oh, that's cool, honey, that's cool. No, play. Now also fighting zombies that exist on the moon and you didn't know about it. And you play with them. When you're playing, what are you using? You're using your ability to communicate.
And how many people have you taught in person and or online?
Oh, over 70,000 now.
Wow. Yeah. You have millions and millions and millions of followers online as well that tune in to learn communication skills from you from all around the world. And if I was to zoom in on the DMs that you get, the things that people are struggling with when they message you, the reason why they watch your videos, what is it?
The most common message that we get when people type a comment and leave it on our video is it possible for me to change the sound of my voice?
Really?
Well, because you think about it, right? Nobody likes the sound of their own voice. The first time you heard yourself on a podcast, were you like, oh, no? Or did you say, I love it, look how sexy I sound?
When I was younger and I was cassette recorders.
I don't think my voice sounds that bad.
So that is one of the biggest insecurities for most people when they...
So how do you create the eval plan?
Oh, is it possible for me to change the sound of my voice? Is it possible? is it possible? And when you reflect upon this, even when you reflect upon this, most people in their entire life will never.
Oh, it integrates with link views.
Change the way they communicate. They'll change their hands, they'll change their hair, they'll change their glasses, they'll change all these things about themselves. But the way they communicate, the way they
I'm so confused on this thing.
consistent generally. It's because there are a lot of psychological blocks that keep us sounding the same. We keep ourselves sounding the same. I'll share with you a few of these, okay? With my vocal teacher, at the beginning of my journey, when she got me to do things with my voice, where she said, all right, let's do a really high voice. Have a bit of a play, Vin, and, go into falsetto. And she would make me do things like this. I'd go red. Because I'd go, oh, that feels so weird. Oh, now I'm becoming so deep with my voice. This feels so fake, it feels phony. I immediately came up with those objections. As I'm sure you would feel that too if I got you to do that, right? And when I do it with my students, that's the immediate thing that comes up. They go, it's fake, it's phony. That's not me. And then now, just like my vocal teacher, she would always challenge me. She goes, well, if you could make the sound and you played the key on your piano, you describe to me then, how is it fake? How is it fake? If you were able to make that sound, that is you, that is your instrument, that is just you playing with keys you're unfamiliar with. That's it. You've gone through this entire life being so familiar with this key that anytime you press any other key, you go, oh, it's not me. No, you're just familiar with this key and you're unfamiliar with the others. That alone helped me understand that, oh, wow, it's not fake. Because for the longest time, I thought it was fake. And because I thought it was fake, I never changed the way I talk.
And why is it that we don't want to play with those other keys? Is it because we've got so used to playing with a particular set of keys?
Okay, I create a test tube first. Okay.
It goes deeper than that. It goes even deeper than that, because where did you get your voice from? Who did you learn it from? There's an idea that people have in their minds about this thing called a natural voice. Okay? This is another objection my students give me. They go, oh, that's not my natural voice. And speech pathologists will tell you this. The voice you have right now is not your natural voice. You lost access to your natural voice when you were 2 or 3. Question. If I asked you to scream at the top of your lungs right now for about 10 minutes,
I can do that.
What would happen to your voice?
Is it?
Yeah. My daughter, 12 months old, can scream for 3 hours for you, and she does not lose her voice.
Is that true?
Because they have this beautiful access to the
instrument. Is that true?
Access to that instrument. Whereas as we grow older, at the age of 3 or 4, we start to be inspired by certain people in our circles. As a result of being inspired by people, what do kids do? They emulate, they copy. So the voice that you've developed, you've copied that based on the people you were inspired by when you were young. It's just a series of habits. The way you speak, the way you sound is just a series of behaviors. It's how you manipulate your vocal cords, how you move air through your body, how you shape your lips, where you place your teeth, how you maneuver your tongue, how you maneuver your soft palate. Depending on how you do all of that, you create a certain sound.
But if I change now, as you said, people are going to think I'm weird.
Well, that's right. Well, that's right. But that's the thing. You have to have a process to go about that change. Because if you immediately just do it tonight with your partner with no context, they'll go, yeah, like, what the hell? Why did you talk to Ben?
I've had Ben on the podcast.
Yeah, why? Now you're fake.
Yeah.
Right? We'll get to that in a moment. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that the reason why you don't move from that is because you genuinely feel stuck. I'll give you the reason behind it. When you're first imitating Dad, I had one of my students, his name's Tanzia. Beautiful, beautiful guy. He had a very soft way of speaking. Beautiful. And what he didn't realize is that in the beginning of his life, he that. So he had to consciously think about all these nuances to copy Dad's sound.
That's actually true. That's why people have accents, because maybe, okay, he is making sense.
Because you've mastered it. So now those behaviors move into your subconscious mind. And then when behaviors move into your subconscious mind, now it feels automatic. So now you feel like it's you. So now you don't doubt it. You go, no, that's me. It's like, no, it's still just a series of behaviors.
Yeah.
And I often tell my students, I say all the time, I say, don't be so attached to who you are in the present, you don't give the future version of you answers. And the moment these things happen, it's incredible seeing these changes, because all my kids will do is they'll change 3 things. More volume, more melody, bigger hand gestures. People completely change the way they perceive them. If 3 simple things that they do creates a profound change in how others perceive them.
Volume, melody, and hand gestures.
Yeah, I was thinking to one example of one of my students, a female, Rachel, who felt like she didn't have great executive presence. And it was because she became she labeled herself as being shy.
He's doing hand gestures a lot.
And I like to break these things down for my students too. I'm like, the reason you're shy and the reason you're really good at being shy is because you've been repeating the shy behaviors for the last 25 years. So you're really good at it. And that's all right.
You're really good at being shy.
For 25 years. Be more confident. It's about just learning a new series of behaviors. Let's try a larger gesture. I've seen this on multiple podcasts now. Just try a larger gesture. Try a stronger volume. Try being more melodic with your voice. And then she was practicing that. Immediately the feelings of, oh, it feels fake, it feels phony. I go, oh no, she's unfamiliar. And the moment she makes that reset, she goes, oh, I'll continue to explore it. Whereas if she thinks it's fake, she'll revert back to being who she was before. So how do I speak impromptu? How do I be in the moment and come up with a good answer? Another one is, I'm introverted. Does that mean that I'm doomed? Okay. Yeah. And another really common one is, I don't have much connection in my life. I wish I felt more connected to the people that I'm around. Why is it that I can't get past the g'day mate, how are you? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. All right, cheers mate. Have a good one. Oh, the small talk. Yeah, this is a big topic. Right? So again, it's just how do we get to these conversations that you get to have on so many of these wonderful podcasts that you do? So I reckon you would have insights here too.
There's like, I was looking earlier, there's almost like 1 billion search results on Google for people trying to figure out or trying to provide answers to how to communicate successfly. So let's get into it. So you use this term vocal image.
Yeah.
What does vocal image mean?
It came about when I realized I spend, and I think most of us spend a lot of time on our visual image, right? How we look, our body language, the way we dress. Mm-hmm. But very rarely do people spend time on their vocal image. Now, I'll make it make sense. When people see you and you reveal your visual image, they make assumptions about you pretty quickly. So they form assumptions, oh, this person seems friendly. Maybe they're confident because they've got good posture. Maybe they're smiling, they're friendly. And then all of a sudden, when you open your mouth and you speak, they now turn these assumptions into beliefs. So what may be assumptions before, now they go, oh, you are friendly, you are confident, right? Or they might think, oh no, bitch of a wanker, right? And you've had these experiences before, I've had them before, where you assume you see someone, you're, oh, that person's really good. Go and meet them, you're, not really nice. That's weird. So it's another layer that we don't think about though, because we, again, think we're stuck with our voice. We think we're stuck with the way we communicate. We think there's no way for me to ever change this.
So let's talk about how one can improve their vocal image so that they're effective across context.
Sure.
You mentioned melody, volume, hand gestures. If we start with melody, what the hell is melody?
The different notes you can hit with your voice.
Okay, so is that variety?
Yeah, variety. Yeah, pitch variety, pitch and melody.
Okay.
Well, because there's a melody that lives underneath your voice. All right, let's do an experiment. I'm going to play you a piano song, and I want you to listen to this. And then you at home right now, I want you to listen to the track and see what words come to mind. So we'll play this song.
Okay, yeah. All right, sadness.
Right, so and then if listeners at home could have a voice here too, that's maybe say that's somber, nostalgic.
Yeah.
Right, all these words would come up. And again, if we sat with this for a while, we'd get plenty of words. Let's try another one, right? So let's change the mood. Let's shift to something like this.
Inspirational, motivation.
Good. See, all of a sudden now, and I'm thinking running towards something.
Yeah.
Right. And again, there's a part of me that thinks, oh, cheesy commercial, right? There's that part of it too. So you can hear all these different things. Let's try one more. This one, we'll shift gears again. What about this one?
Like a horror movie. Scary.
About to die.
Yeah.
Something bad's about to happen. Ominous.
Little 3-year-old stood on the landing of the staircase at night time.
Yes, with long black hair.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. So that again, all of a sudden, paints all these different vivid pictures in your head. The reason I did that experiment is there were no words in any of those tracks. Yet think about all of the words that rushed to your mind as you were experiencing the melody, the different notes. What people fail to realize is that you have a melody in your voice.
Yeah.
This is why when some people walk into our lives, it could drain the energy from our lives. And when they walk in, you feel the impact of them walking in, right? In the negative way. Or
first, I need to create test
tubes. Oh, I feel good. I feel great. What is that? It's the melody in which they come in with.
Can you have a pretty limited range, a limited melody, but still hit people with scary and sad and inspiring?
I believe you can.
Yeah.
Again, because we genuinely don't have 88 keys, right? So again, it's one of those. It's a
Nice
metaphor.
for your voice,
But
yeah.
I believe we can create so many different songs with our voice if we learn to treat it as an instrument. And we can play with the technique to help you increase your vocal range if you want.
Sure.
There's something called There's something called a siren technique. Okay, so a siren technique is when you read something with a low voice and then you go towards a higher voice and you go back down to a low voice. So now I don't want you to do it to start with. I just want you to read this as you would, and then we'll try the siren technique. So just read it as you would neutrally first. So just read that as you would.
Okay, so for those that can't see, Vin has passed me a card.
Yeah, cue cards.
And on the card it has a bunch of words which I'm just going to read.
And then as you're listening at home, have a guess of what movie this is from.
Want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night he goes off crazier than usual. Mummy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that, not one bit. So me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it, turns to me and he says, "Why so serious, son?" Comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious?" He sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. And why so serious?
Beautiful. What movie is that from?
No idea. I don't know.
Are you serious? Dark Knight, the Joker.
Okay.
Oh, so Heath Ledger, so amazing. Okay, cool, great. So again, you read that in your neutral voice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to play with the instrument. Okay. So the siren technique is when you read with a really low voice and then gradually you go to a high voice.
Horror movies. Scary.
About to die.
Yeah.
Something bad's about to happen. Ominous.
Little 3-year-old stood on the landing of the staircase at night time.
Yes, with long black hair.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. So that again, all of a sudden, paints all these different vivid pictures in your head. The reason I did that experiment is there were no words in any of those tracks. Yet, think about all of the words that rushed to your mind as you were experiencing the melody, the different notes. What people fail to realize is that you have a melody in your voice.
Yeah.
This is why when some people walk into our lives, it could drain the energy from our lives. And when they walk in, you feel the impact of them walking in, right? In the negative way or the positive way. Some walk in and you go, "Oh, I feel good, I feel great." What is that? It's the melody in which they come in with.
Can you have a pretty limited range, a limited melody, but still hit people with scary and sad and inspiring?
I believe you can.
Yeah.
Again, because we genuinely don't have 88 keys, right? So again, it's one of those. It's a metaphor, but I believe that we can create so many different songs with our voice if we learn to treat it as an instrument. And we can play with the technique to help you increase your vocal range if you want.
Sure.
There's something called this is fun. This is a fun one. There's something called a siren technique.
Okay.
Okay, so a siren technique is when you read something with a low voice and then you go towards a higher voice and you go back down to a low voice. So now I don't want you to do it to start with. I just want you to read this as you would, and then we'll try the siren technique. So just read it as you would neutrally first. So just read that as you would.
Okay, so for those that can't see, Vin has passed me a card.
Yeah, cue cards.
And on the card it has a bunch of words which I'm just going to read.
And then as you're listening at home, have a guess of what movie this is from.
Want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend. And one night he goes off crazier than usual. Mummy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself. He doesn't like that, not one bit. So me watching, he takes the knife to her, laughing while he does it, turns to me and he says, "Why so serious, son?" Comes at me with the knife. "Why so serious?" He sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. And why so serious?
Beautiful. What movie is that from?
No idea. I don't
know. Are you serious? Dark Knight, the Joker.
Okay.
Oh, so Heath Ledger, so amazing. Okay, cool, great. So again, you read that in your neutral voice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to play with the instrument. Okay, so the siren technique is when you read with a really low voice and then gradually you go to a high voice, and I'm going to challenge you to not be afraid to go into the falsetto, not be afraid to play. Okay. So just play. Okay. And it's not about going low at the start and then high at the bottom. Within each sentence, I want you to go up and down, up and down. I really want you to play with your voice. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to push you.
Okay.
Okay. And 3, 2, go for it.
Want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker and a fiend.
Good.
And one night he goes off crazier than usual. Mummy gets the kitchen knife to defend herself.
But imagine somebody talking like that. That would be scary as crap.
Where it is a little more even. Just give it a go. But normally you won't be able to because you won't have all of the range fully expanded. Try again. Keep going.
He doesn't like that. Not one bit.
Good.
So me watching, he takes the knife to her.
Yes.
Laughing while he does it.
Good.
turns to me.
Bro, please never talk about that.
So serious, son.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. You did a great job, right?
Okay.
But you feel that feeling you feel right now.
Yeah, weird.
Yes. And it's not so much about getting you to speak like that on the podcast, but it's more just helping you realize this instrument that you have is capable of so much more. There is so much more that it can do as opposed to what we normally do with it, right? Because for the longest time in my life, I didn't have any melody because I just thought this was how you talk. And the reason I can switch to this very quickly, Stephen, is because I practiced these behaviors for about 25 years. What's even more interesting is they've done studies where they had 5 or 6 people talking at the same time. And the person heard was the person who had more melody in their voice.
Oh, really?
The person who is more melodic, what they say becomes more memorable. Whereas if all of us were speaking like this, me, yourself, Jack, everyone, all of a sudden you wouldn't be able to hear the difference. Whereas all of a sudden, if you just start to play with your voice a little more.
How do you know you've not played with it too far? Do you know what I'm saying?
By playing with it too far and getting feedback.
Right.
And people are so afraid of that. And they don't realize that they don't go too far, they underplay. The risk is not going too far. The risk is not going far enough.
Again, at this point, when people heard me
of course.
squeaking like Mickey Mouse,
Yeah.
they're going to say, fuck me, you're going to have to remind me again then why this is worth it.
You'll be able to make people feel more connected to you. They'll feel what you're saying, not just hear what you're saying. I mean, do you notice this in some people? Of course. They will say things, but you don't feel it. It happens in America's Got Talent, Australia's Got Talent, where Simon Cowell will say, right, very good, but I don't feel it. What are they talking about? It's the emotion in their voice. There is emotion in your voice too. Do you want to go to the next one?
Please. I didn't know there was more.
There's more. Yeah, there's 5. Okay. Let's go through all 5. Now, the next one. I'm just going to get you to read this one as you would. And then I'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
Just so you don't get ahead of yourself. Okay, cool. And then please tell me you know this movie.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you that I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills.
What movie is that?
Very long skills that
what's it called again?
If you let my daughter go now, that will be the end of it.
I was gonna say, oh no. I was gonna say Equalizer, but that's obviously the wrong choice.
Yes, very dark movies. I love these movies. What movie is this?
That is the movie called where his daughter gets kidnapped. What's it called?
Kidnapper?
His name?
Lion King, I'm joking. What is it?
Right, from Taken.
Taken, yes, Taken.
So the next foundation is rate of speech. Okay. So if you're reading that, and I was kind of just giving you some coaching, again, as you're reading that, think of rate of speech of having a scale from 0 to 10.
Yeah.
All right, so 1 being painfully slow, and 10 being as quick as you possibly can, right? So you're playing around 5. Very comfortable. That's your default rate of speech. Most of us, when we're nervous, we just have a default rate of speech. We fall victim to a default rate of speech. When you think about rate of speech, there's a way to use it. And the way you use rate of speech is, if you really want to highlight a point, creating an auditory highlight, slow down. That creates an auditory highlight. It's like a highlighter with your words. And if you want to be able to show charisma, energy, you speed up. And if it's not as important, you can speed up, and that's fine. This simple rule gives you vocal variety with your rate of speech. That simple rule.
And what does changing my rate of speech then do to the message I'm communicating? It makes it more clear.
Okay. There's more clarity in it, right? So for example, if I was speaking and I said, right now I'm going to go through the 5 core vocal foundations, and I'm going to take you first one through is the rate of speech. Then after that, I'm going to talk to you about pitch and melody. And then after that, I'll talk to you about the importance of the other 3. Right now, you have no idea what is important and what is not important.
Okay, right.
Whereas all of a sudden now, if I said, I'm going to take you through the core 5 vocal foundations, all of a sudden you now have a point of focus. And the big thing that people want with their communication is clarity. Well, if you are going to be more clear, the delivery needs to be clear so the receiver gets what you intend. Okay. It's not just about the exchange of information, because how I say something impacts how you receive it.
So I want to slow down where I want to hit emphasis.
Yes. Okay. And this script places where you want to slow down.
When people are nervous,
yes,
what happens?
They speed up.
They speed up.
They speed up.
Considerably.
And
have they ever measured that?
Oh,
does anybody know?
If you get above 210 words per minute, you'll be a little bit too fast.
And what's the average person speaking at in terms of words per minute?
Around 150. You want to get to around 150, 180. That's very good. That's a good kind of rate of speech to be at. Whereas if you're slower than that, then again, it just gets a little bit monotonous at times for people. But again, here's what's fascinating. if all of a sudden now I stick to a default melody and then stick to a default rate of speech, notice what's happening in your brain, right? All of a sudden you start to switch off, right? Whereas all of a sudden, if I start to vary my rate of speech, the transition from slow to fast is what's hooking people. So if you were to try to read that again now, but I want you to slow, and some bits painfully slow down and play with your voice. And then some bits go quicker. And then the last bit, I'm going to kill you, slow it all the way down. And be playful. It's not about...
Okay, I'm going to start from here.
Sure.
If you're looking for a ransom, I can tell you that I don't have money. But what I do have are a particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. If you let my daughter go, that will be the end of it. I will not look for you, I will not pursue you, but if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you, and I will kill you.
Yes, give him a big round of applause. That was amazing, right? So much. But again, you feel so strange when you do it.
Yeah, I do.
It's so fun to listen to. And again, this is us practicing. This is a safe environment. I'm not doing your next podcast like that. But again, it just goes to show the range that we have access to.
And how it changes the message in such a profound way. It's the same words.
Yeah. It's the same words, but when you read it the first time, it didn't sound scary at all. Now I feel scared.
There's something, I noticed this in like board meetings and stuff, especially with like younger team members or people that would class themselves as being shy, that they do hurry along. And there is a certain, someone said to me the other day that people that have the most confidence and charisma, they like move and talk as if they were a lion.
Yeah.
You know, they're slow and they're composed.
Prey versus Predator.
Yeah.
I remember listening to the episode.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
There is. It's people who are confident take their time.
What's that third one?
Okay. Just read part of it. Okay. Yeah, read part of it. You're more than happy to freestyle. Read part of it.
Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you are worth. But you have to be willing to take the hits. And not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that. And that ain't you. You're better than that.
Now, the thing is, this next one is volume.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Volume is so critical.
Okay.
For many different reasons. Volume is the lifeblood of your voice. Volume carries all the other foundations you're about to learn. Volume carries the melody. Volume carries the rate of speech. It carries everything. Right? And again, I think of it as having a scale from 1 to 10. And a lot of the times, like what you just did, people are around at 3 or 4. And they stay around there. When you use volume, there's 2 ways to auditorily highlight something with volume. Volume is fascinating because with rate of speech, you slow down. But with volume, to highlight something, you could go very quiet. Okay, so if all of a sudden I wanted to say something scary, I could lower my volume and say it. But then all of a sudden, notice what happens if I just say, you know, what started as a great verbal highlight now just kind of doesn't seem effective anymore. Because if you make something default, it becomes non-functional.
And what signals I'm not a confident person? What side of the scale?
The lower scale.
Okay.
On volume. Okay. Because that's one of the default shy behaviors that a lot of people exhibit.
And what about leaders? Where do they land on the scale?
Depends if they're self-aware.
Right.
Sometimes if they're not self-aware, they can be on the higher end. And that's, you just have someone come across as a little arrogant. Sometimes it's just too much volume. Because too much volume without the other foundations, now you come across arrogant. So again, if I give this back to you, and again, just for fun, like, I want you to go loud. I want people to hear outside of the studio what we're doing. Yeah. Right? So just have a go. And give me a whisper too. At some point, give me a whisper too.
Now, if you know what you're worth, go out and get it. Go out and get what you're worth. But you have to be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you went where you want to be because of him.
That would be scary as fuck. Somebody talk like that.
Cowards do that.
You start yelling and whispering.
You're better than that.
Oh, it's amazing. What you just did made me feel. Why did I feel? What is a voice? A voice is a series of vibrations. So you just sent vibrations my way that made me feel. That's why we say people have good vibes. Right? We understand it's happening, but we don't understand at that kind of frequency level, at the vibration level. But it's happening at a physical level, where depending on how you use your voice, you're genuinely moving people quite physically.
We did rate of speech, we did volume, we did the melody.
Yeah.
And then there's two left, right?
There's two left. Yeah. So this one, read it as you would, parts of it.
And it's not because I'm lonely, and it's not because it's New Year's Eve. I came here tonight because when you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
What we're moving into now is the emotion that exists within your voice, tonality. Yeah. This is the emotion that exists, right? So the way to add more emotion into your voice is to move your face. Because as I eloquently put it at times, your face is the remote control that allows you to add emotion into your voice. So let's play, right? So now I'll give you different faces to make. I'll tell you different faces to make, and you make those different faces and allow those emotions to come through your voice. Okay. So if it's happy, then I want you to sound really happy. If it's sad, I want you to sound really sad. So we'll start with, and try your best to play with this. I want you to make disgust, disgust, and let that come through and give me more volume. Give me disgust in 3, 2.
And it's not because you're lonely.
Yeah.
And it's not because it's New Year's Eve.
Surprised. Really surprised.
I came here tonight because when you realise you want to spend the rest of your life
angry, give me angry.
You want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
Happy. Best day of your life, Stephen.
You want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible.
That's so beautiful. You know this already. In our brains, there's mirror neurons, right? And when I see you go through these different facial expressions, I feel what you feel. Even though I know this is a situation we've created here for us to experiment in, it's a safe environment. But every time you went through any of those emotions, I felt it. Because I didn't just see it.
Are men worse at this stuff?
Yes.
They are.
Yes. Because I feel, well, for me, I can speak personally for me, I was taught to keep my emotions on the inside.
Right.
I was taught that it's a sign of weakness to show you being sad, you being happy. You should just be composed at all times. And then that's what I thought. And that led me to the behavior of speaking. Whereas I would just always speak like this. Because I'm a man. And I should always speak like this. And I still remember going to one of the concerts and my wife turns over, she goes, how do you feel? I'm like, this is a really exciting concert. and she goes, well, okay, you obviously hate it. And I'm like, no, I love it. I love it. And I didn't know how to emote. And again, I thought I was stuck like that because I was stuck like that for years. And that damaged a lot of my relationships. Because here's the thing that I think, and it might be helpful for you too. When you're listening to someone talk, you don't have to react with sound because otherwise you'll be seen as interrupting the other person, right? You can react with facial expressions. And that is one of the most powerful ways to show them you're listening and that you're following along. How cool is that? Because if someone's saying something really bad and you're like,
yeah,
it shows them you're locked in.
Yeah, you learn it as a podcast.
Yeah, you do.
Because the audience, they're looking at you for most of the conversation. So 95% of the conversation's on you.
Yes.
What they don't know is that throughout that time, I'm basically talking to you with my face.
You are. And you're really good at it.
So if I turn my head
yes.
like this, it means tell me more. So you'll be talking to go like this.
Yes.
And it means tell me more.
Yes.
And then it's interesting.
You know, you can expand that range.
Yeah.
It doesn't just have to be curious.
Yeah.
And because I see you do it.
Yeah.
I see you consistently do the different faces to give me the cue to almost go, oh, he wants to elaborate. Oh, he's in. He's locked in.
Do you know, you can, the thing I've learned from both speaking on stage and also doing this is you can also fuck it up. You can also communicate the wrong thing.
Yes.
Accidentally. One of them that people communicate quite often with accidentally is they start talking while you're speaking. Do you ever know that? Like when someone's listening to speak, they start going like this. Yeah. And it means shut the fuck up. I have something to say. So, not like that thing. That's that kind of. No, but it's that kind of thing. It's like, you know, I think who was on my podcast? It was Vanessa. She said, if you do the fast nod, it means shut the fuck up. So if you go yeah. But if you do the slow nod, it means I love this. So if I go,
I learned something. That's curiosity. Tell me more.
Versus yeah. Wave my hand. Yeah. Okay, so tonality, so emotion.
And that was so beautiful to see you do that. Because we just have such great range. And then imagine you start to vary your rate of speech now. You vary volume, you've got different melody. You've also got different facial expressions. This is such a rich song that you're playing now.
Do you think much about the actual words you're saying as well? I can see that you think about the structure of what you're saying. Like you're thinking about, because when you start speaking, I notice that often go into a story straight away. Something interesting. You'll say, this is one of the greatest things I've learned from my teacher. Is that intentional?
It is, because I believe stories are more sticky than me just throwing you a bunch of tips and hacks and tricks.
Do you have a storytelling formula?
I do.
What is the storytelling formula?
I think the way most people tell stories is they report stories. So I'll share a story, okay? And reporting a story is, let's say you ask me the question, this is one of my favorite stories. Let's say you ask me how I met my wife. Reporting a story is just me saying, I met my wife at a bar, and I did some magic to her, she didn't like it, and that's cool. And then I gradually was able to woo her in the end, but I met her at a bar. That's me reporting the story, right? It kind of sounds like a news reporter.
Yeah.
Right? So if you think about it again, let me just anchor it with a news report. It's like a news reporter saying, last night at a bar at 9 p.m., Vin Zhang went to a bar called Distill and tried to pick up a girl, did a cheesy magic trick. It didn't work, therefore he failed. He came back 4 times again, and then he saw her, and then he succeeded, and now they're married. On to the next news, right? So it's kind of very familiar. Whereas
matter of fact.
Matter of fact. Yeah. Whereas this is the story of how I met my wife. So I still remember this because this happened in 2009. I crashed a girl's graduation party named Vivian. It was at a bar called Distill, this beautiful bar called Distill. And there was 2 levels to this bar. On the bottom was for everybody, and on top was the high rollers, and you had to buy expensive drinks to get to the top. And I got to the top, and I saw this beautiful Malaysian girl sitting by the bar. So I said to my friends, I said, watch this. And I take a packet of cards out of my pants because I'm a magician. So I walk up to her and I say, would you be impressed if I transformed this King of Hearts into the Queen of Hearts like yourself? Disgusted. I know, you made a disgusted face. That's how she reacted. She looked at me,
that bad.
like a bloody fart. She looks at me and she goes, I'd be more impressed if you transformed into a real man and had a conversation with me.
Damn.
Boom. And I've never had that reaction before. Normally people say, wow, you're amazing. So I said to her, no thanks. And I left, tail between my legs. The boys all teased me.
Yeah, she was mean.
So drawn. Her confidence. Just, there was something there.
It's like confidence. This has been a dick.
She wasn't there, she wasn't there, she wasn't there, she was there. And I walked up to the second time and I said, hey, listen, what if I transformed into a real man tonight, took you out for a coffee? And we fell in love. You know, and that's the story of how I met my wife.
Yeah.
Whereas it's just, I met her at a bar, did some tricks, she didn't like it. And that's not. Yeah. But all of a sudden, there was so much life, so much.
Yeah. You added so much detail. You talked about the bar having 2 floors and stuff.
Make it visual.
Okay, so I can picture it in my mind.
And when does that make it visual? Well, it's well. Okay, so here's the thing: when you think of the story, if you just give the who, what, where, and when, that's the basics people need. But what turns it from reporting to reliving, because that's what you want to get to. You want to get to reliving a story, is the ingredients that you just called out. It's so intuitive of you to call them out. VAPS, V-A-K-S, which stands for visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and smell. So I'm just describing those few things for you, right? It doesn't always have to have all the ingredients, but you want to add some of those ingredients. And so the visual, I described to you, the visual, the auditory, what I said, I did my voice, I did her voice, I gave you dialogue, right? So all of a sudden you bring the story to life. Now it goes from reporting to reliving. So if I told that story, and let's say that now the connection ability is, again, it's to do with improv as well, is instead of just going out and saying, here's 3 ways to show up authentically when you're trying to pick up someone. Yeah. Instead of doing that, I share the story first. I get you to engage, I build rapport, I build chemistry. Now you've heard the story, now you have rapport with me. You feel more relaxed, you feel more creative, right? Then I link that story to, so the very next time you walk into a girl, if she does say no, she may not be saying no to you. She may just be saying no to your coach. Here are the 3 ways you can show up more authentically as a man. I believe that is a much more powerful way to then go into the 3 tips. Whereas I feel that because of the world now with social media, we've lost the art form of storytelling. It's just give me the 3 tips now.
I've heard you talk about these 4 elements to a great story, which is the hook, the struggle, the breakthrough, and the application, which is kind of what you just displayed there.
Well, the importance of application, I think, is something that I really focus on with my students.
And by application, you mean the lesson or the big takeaway from the story? Because sometimes people tell stories and they go nowhere.
Well, it's also what you do after.
Okay.
Because I can share a story, but one of our videos went viral, and I don't claim to be an expert on social media, okay? So I still don't understand how some of these things work, even though we've been able to grow all of our social channels quite quickly. I don't understand how it works. To me, I'm like, oh wow, I can't believe that worked last time. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Huh, that's weird. So to me, it's what people love is when you give them a really simple
test suits,
takeaway that they can go and actually do.
Create a test and then run a test.
Go do it now. Whereas we don't apply knowledge. We just keep consuming and go through knowledge acquisition. There's a cycle of doom that we go through. There's just this cycle of, I mean, this is the cycle my students go through. Oh, job promotion. Oh crap, I need to work on my communication skills. What's the first thing they do? They go to Google. And they go, how do I improve my interview skills, my communication skills? Then they
have to create the prompt for the rubric.
Oh, this is too crazy. Surely someone's created a YouTube video. Then they go to YouTube. They type in how to improve communication skills. They get 3 million videos. Right? And they go, oh, this is too ChatGPT. I'll go to ChatGPT now. How to improve communication skills. And it gives you these generic answers from blogs that have no relevance to you. And then after that, you feel so overwhelmed, you do nothing with it. But it's just this cycle we all fall victim to over and over and over again. We just keep consuming knowledge and nothing actually changes because we're not applying it.
So the key is to get out there and start running some of these techniques in the real world.
And just pick one. Pick one and just try it. It's like we're going through all these different things. Right after this episode, go out and just try tonality with your kids and read them a children's book because those books are naturally emotive. And if you don't have kids, borrow a niece or a nephew and just watch the impact on the other human being as you play with your instrument. Watch them smile, watch them giggle, watch them react to the way you play your instrument. Because then it wakes you up to the fact that you've got access to this and that I can change the way someone feels. What power! Yet we don't use it.
I just realised that there's one more left.
There is one more left.
Okay, I know what this is.
Yeah, of course. If you didn't, I'd be quite deeply offended. Yeah. I'll get you to read this, and we'll play with the last one.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Correct.
Commander of the armies of the North, General of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to a murderous son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in the life or the next.
Perfect. Except the final foundation here with the voice is pause. Whatever emotion comes before the pause, once you pause, it intensifies that emotion. So if you've got the feeling of anger and you pause, oh, that is a pause of anger. But if all of a sudden I'm sad and then I pause,
you prolong the sadness.
It's a pause of sadness. And think about how important the pause is in music. And I love the world of music. I love listening to orchestral music. And when you think about it, what happens right after a crescendo? Pause. Silence. The most important note that they played during that piece. Yet we barely use it. And what else does the pause do? When you pause, you give me time to process what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Yet we are so afraid of the pause.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, Commander of the armies of the North, General of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to the murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
Oh, beautiful. When you paused, you gave me time to process the weight of what you're saying. The first time you read it, you rushed through it. Just like that nervous employee in front of their leaders who just rushed through it. You may have just shared the most brilliant plan for a marketing campaign, but because you rushed through it, I didn't feel the weight of how profound our strategy is.
It's something when you pause, you tell the person, don't you, almost inexplicitly that they should really give a fuck about the thing you just said.
Yeah.
Like it really mattered.
It's important.
You know, because you're like giving it space to breathe.
And you see what all these foundations do? What do they give you ultimately? Like, what does it ultimately lead to? Clarity.
Do you think there's a certain set of those tools that when applied, or a certain sort of style of speaking that makes people dislike you? Is it the low pitches? Is it the fast speaking?
There's sounds that people don't like. For example, have you ever called, I don't mean to pick on real estate agents, but it happens a lot to me in Australia. You call a real estate, hello, this is James from XY Real Estate. And when you hear that sequence of melody, no worries, I'll put you on to the next person, and you switch off. I'm not really connected to that person. And all you have to do is you just tell them to switch to. Don't use that sing-song voice, and they call that a sing-song voice in the world of vocal training, right? You've got a sing-song voice. And if you keep following the same rhythm, you have a sing-song voice. So instead of doing that, it's James. How can I help, mate? You said the same thing. You just switched up the melody. That sounds a little more sincere.
Because it was a bit more varied.
Exactly right. And it's not what everybody uses. Because once everybody uses the same thing, all of a sudden it now sounds like a script. That's why people are so afraid when they're creating content online. They go, I want to sound scripted. There's a sound to it. And it generally follows up. That's why newscasters, there's a sound to it.
Yeah.
Last night at 9 p.m., there's a rhythm, and then they keep using the same rhythm over and over and over and over again, the same melody sequence over and over and over and over again.
And am I right in thinking if I wanted to be really boring, I should just kill all variety?
Kill all the foundations. Nothing. Give me nothing. And it's what happens when people, again, the people that I serve, it's what happens is because they go, I'll let my work speak for itself. And I say, that's great. That means you do great work, but why not speak for your work too? Why can't we do both? Why does it have to be one or the other?
Yeah, it's a shame not to do your work justice, because you can do it a disservice just by delivering it without the foundations, as you've said.
Yeah.
And then other people, as you said, they can have half the idea, but double the
showmanship.
Yeah.
And that happens too. Right? So to me, it's about helping those who, they've got something amazing. You've got a story you need to share. You've got an idea you need to pitch. You've got incredible technical skills that you've worked on for the last 15 years. And you're thinking, why am I still stuck in this position? Let's allow ourselves to build the ability and grow the ability to shine.
How does one increase their self-awareness as it relates to their communication skills? Is there a practice I can do to understand if I'm good, bad, or ugly at this?
And right now, just go, this is something I need to work on. Then this is the 3-step process you have to commit to. And just by doing this, it's going to dramatically change the way you talk. It's going to dramatically change the way you show up. I call it recording review. And I learned this as a magician. And it's so practical when it comes to magic and communication skills. First step, record a video of yourself speaking for 5 minutes. A full 5 minutes. And people always immediately say, oh, what do I say though? Google or ChatGPT, great conversational starters. And then use those for yourself and just talk, but it has to be impromptu. Because I'm trying to tease out core behaviors. I don't want you to give me a pitch that you've delivered 20 times already. I want you to just, in the moment, speak. I'm trying to tease out some non-functional behaviors. So once you've recorded that video of yourself for 5 minutes, leave it for a day.
Video or just audio?
Video. You want video, you want to be standing while you're doing this, okay? Once you've got that video recorded, leave it for a day. Because when you watch it straight away, I'm fat, I'm ugly, I don't like myself, I hate the way I sound. You leave it for a day, you're thinner, you're better looking, you love yourself more. Time and space, it's amazing. So leave it for a day. Then when you watch it back, you review it in 3 different ways. The first time, so you record on your phone, you turn the sound all the way up, press play, turn your phone over, just listen. Here you're doing an auditory review. And just listen to your voice. And now, because you've listened to this podcast, you also have 5 vocal foundations you can think about. So now, auditorily, think about, how's my rate of speech? How's my volume? Oh, my default rate is around a 3. Oh, I speak really slow, and I stick to that. Oh, my default volume. Oh, my goodness, 1. Oh, wow, there's no tonality. There's no emotion in my voice. There's no pitch for a while. Oh, I'm not pausing. You'll be able to take so many notes, and you'll be able to hear things you've never been able to hear before, because most people avoid filming themselves. Because I hate the way I look, and I hate the way I sound. Right? So to me, once you do that, you'll have a page of notes and a whole new level of awareness on your auditory communication skills. So the next step is, now you turn your phone back around, you turn the sound and put it on mute, you press play, and you just look at yourself. And then as you're watching yourself, because most people don't do this unless they're creators, you don't do this. That's why creators are such great communicators, is because they do this. That's why you're a great listener in a podcast, because you watch yourself back. So now as you just watch yourself back without the auditory feedback, all of a sudden now you'll see things you don't normally see. Oh, wow, I'm swiveling a lot on my chair. Oh, wow, I don't use my hand gesture. Oh, wow, I put my hands behind my back. Oh, this is my big tick. I keep touching my glass. I can't help it. Oh, I need to work on that. But you keep touching your glasses, right? I keep touching my face. I keep touching my mouth. I keep fiddling with things. You'll see a whole bunch of non-functional behaviors that you've never seen before because you've avoided it. And also because you have this idea in your head that you're stuck. You're not. It's just a series of behaviors. Right? And then afterwards, the final form of review, don't listen to it and don't watch it. Get it transcribed. Because now you'll see the way you communicate from a
your
different perspective. And you go, oh my goodness,
your prompt generated that verification files for the
I
test
told you the same thing over.
You look
because you
at
see it from a different perspective. Sometimes you don't hear that. It's easier to see it. And then you see it. I can see you reacting. Right? But that's what people do. Is they go, oh, not only do I ramble, because when you get it transcribed, leave in all of the non-words and the filler words. Non-words being the sounds we make to fill the silence, filler words being the words we use to fill the silence. And so, like, do you know what I mean? This transcription is immediately going to reveal to you all of your auditory clutter. The things that you say, again, non-words and filler words, auditory clutter. That's the and so, like, you know what I mean? Highlight it with the red highlighter, because it might not just be those. One of my big ones was okay. I taught online during COVID. As a result of that, because I didn't get the in-person feedback from my students, I would always say okay at the end of my sentences because I wasn't getting any feedback. So I said, that's the vocal foundations. Okay. All right. Now that's body language. Okay. And I didn't even notice I was doing that. But that process revealed to me immediately, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I was able to remove that because it didn't serve.
Why does it matter to remove the clutter words? You know, the like, as, Why does it matter?
I'll give you an example of it. You know, like if I, was taking you through like the core, vocal foundations, it decreases the clarity of the message. It's okay to have some, be human, I get it. It's not about none, but it's about having some and not have your speech littered with it.
Is it easy to overcome that?
Yeah, it is. Because to get rid of that bad habit, you just need to learn a new habit. And the new habit is pause. So the very moment you feel like saying, we're not lagging, we're just pausing, right? You pause. And that's why
this is smart.
Vocal foundation.
Yeah, I was going to say
with
that this.
What we're doing right now.
But I want to say so bad in my class.
So I've got my 3 sheets of paper there. I've done the auditory assessment, I've done the visual assessment, I've looked at the transcript, and I've seen the words. And again, is it repetitions from there on after?
To like step before that.
Okay.
Because normally what happens after you do that, and I know because my students have done it, and then what happens is overwhelm. Because they go, oh my goodness, there's like 26 things I have to improve. Which one do I pick? And then they'll have to DM me on social media, which one do I pick? And then analysis paralysis. And to me it doesn't matter. Pick one. So what you do is, you create yourself a little 12-week plan. And you plan it 1 week at a time. So first week, rate of speech. Great. So the whole week, you just look at rate of speech. Oh, okay, good. At the end, what do you do of that week? Record and review again. Did it change? No. Guess what you're doing next week? Rate of speech. And it's that commitment. And I love this Japanese word called kaizen, relentless improvement. You won't do this here amazingly. That's what you're going to commit to. And you focus on rate of speech until you see change. And I used to do coaching. I don't do it anymore because I've got 2 kids and they're the most important people to me right now. But I used to coach CEOs, and they would see my plan to help them improve their communication skills, and they get pissed off because they go, I'm just doing rate of speech. I'm like, yeah, because your default is so slow, you're putting everyone to sleep. And if you don't change it after week 1 or week 2, I'm still going to get you to do the same thing. And just by increasing rate of speech alone, they became so much more dynamic. It took a month.
We all know people that overtalk and over-explain.
100%.
Like, how does one know if they're doing that and how to change it?
By being able to record yourself while you're in conversation with someone.
I always know that I'm over-explaining.
All of a sudden now, if you want awareness on that, record yourself. And the beauty of recording yourself on something like Zoom is all of a sudden now, you can watch yourself and you see the other person too.
Do you recommend someone like me, if we're trying to improve the communication skills of everybody in the company, to record our meetings and to send it after?
100% review it. And you may not get reactions when people say things because most people, the only thing they'll give you feedback on with your communication, this is the only feedback anybody will ever give you on your communication. I felt like you talked a bit too fast. They'll never say anything else because anything else is an attack on your personality, right? So people are very afraid to give you feedback. Right, especially you being big boss, no one's going to give you feedback, right? So all of a sudden now, or maybe they do. I feel like your team do. What I'm trying to get at is, all of a sudden now, when you watch yourself back on those videos, you now will see their facial reactions. People are very honest with their body language. You've had body language experts on here. People might be able to lie with what they say, but all of a sudden they tell the truth with their body language. You will see people do the silent yawn, right? You'll see people, they just do the silent yawn, right? They keep their mouth closed, but they're yawning. You will see these things if you start to reflect and review. And you go, oh, I should have said that. That took too long. I lost them. You can see it. I do that with my classes. When I used to do my keynotes, I had a whole career as a keynote speaker. So when I did that, I used to duct tape 2 GoPros together, and I would duct tape the little red recording button so the audience doesn't know like that I'm recording myself, and I'm also recording the audience, only for my purpose, right? As I review my speeches. And I would watch back to back the audience faces and my keynote. And you can see where you lose people, because at a conference, their faces light up with their phone. You can literally see when you're losing them in the talk. And when you watch those back to back, it is so humbling, because you go, wow, did I go on for, why? I thought it was a fun tangent. It wasn't. And then I kept that tangent in for bloody 6 months because I thought it added so much value. It did not add value. So the only way to get that awareness is you have to find opportunities where you can record yourself.
Do you mind if I pause this conversation for a moment? I want to talk about our show sponsor today, which is Shopify. I've always believed that the biggest cost in business isn't failure, it's the time you waste trying to make decisions. Time spent hesitating, overthinking, or waiting for the right moment. When I started my first company at 20 years old, I had no experience and no money. What I did have was an idea and the willingness to move fast. And that made all the difference. If you've been thinking about starting your own business, Shopify makes this entire process so much easier. With thousands of customizable templates, you don't need coding or design skills. You just need a willingness to start. Shopify connects all your sales channels from your website to social media, and it handles the back-end payments, shipping, and taxes too, so that you can stay focused on moving forward and growing your business. If you're ready to start, visit shopify.com/Bartlett and sign up for a £1 per month trial period. That's shopify.com/Bartlett. And when you went up on stage as a keynote speaker, was there anything that you did before you went on stage to make sure that you performed optimally? Because you were speaking 80 times a year or something.
Yeah, got pretty full on. Yes, have a way to calm your mind, calm your body, and get really focused. And the way I do it is, the first thing I would do is Wim Hof, the guided bubble breathing. 30 times, and then hold your breath.
I want to check something quick.
Hold for 15, and then release. Cycles of that. Oh, Stephen, my mind is relaxed, my body is relaxed. And then the next thing I do is I just do a little bit of brisk walking, do maybe 10, 20 push-ups. Why? Because I'm getting rid of the adrenaline that's building up in my body. Because if you don't get rid of the adrenaline, you'll go on stage and you'll start pacing the stage. And I've seen speakers do this, where they pace. There's no reason for their movement, but they're moving because there's so much adrenaline in there, right? Non-functional movement. Non-functional. So get rid of the adrenaline. So a little bit of brisk exercise gets rid of that adrenaline that you don't need. So I do those two things. And depending on how nervous I am, I may have to do a mindset shift. And the mindset shift is, the only way you can become self-conscious and nervous is if you're thinking about yourself. So if you're not thinking about yourself, and you have no cognitive capacity to think about yourself, then how can you be nervous? So think of the audience. Right? Before coming to this, I felt a bit nervous. I thought, you know what, I'm just going to think about Stephen, and I'm going to think about his audience. How can I add the most value possible in this podcast as we talk? And the moment I thought about you and your audience, I don't have any cognitive capacity left to think about me. So when you kind of think about this act of service, it shifts where you are. You're not in your own body anymore. You're not self-conscious, you're audience conscious. It helps.
And is there anything you do with your mouth and your tongue? Because sometimes, especially if I've woken up early in the morning and I'm like jumping on a Zoom call with some foreign time zone,
yes,
it feels like my mouth isn't quite like there yet.
Yeah.
And also it feels like my brain's not connected to my mouth.
So first thing is lip trills. Have you ever done lip trills before?
No.
Okay, lip trills are this. Perfect. And a lot of people won't be able to do that. So all you do is get your 2 index fingers, push your cheeks together, and you can go. Do your favorite song. So you think of your favorite song, and you know. Final Countdown, one of my favorites right now. Do that for an entire song. So do that for your favorite song. And once you've done that, if you do that for 2 to 3 minutes, now all of a sudden your articulators have woken up. You've also woken up your vocal cords. And your lips now being the main articulators we use to shape the words that we say. It's awake. The siren technique is another great way to wake up your voice. And you've done the silent technique, which is read low and then go high. Read low and then go high.
The other thing that I learned from studying your work is this idea of the power sphere when you're on stage. This power sphere, I've got a picture here.
You got a picture of that. I learned this from Mark Bowden. Mark Bowden is an incredible body language expert, and I was lucky to do some coaching with him when I lived in the US. And he taught me this concept of the area between your belly button and your eyes.
Yeah.
And that's the power sphere. So when you're gesturing to people, a lot of people who are shy, they gesture below the power sphere.
What, just like the hands to the side?
So again, they're doing all these different things, but they're doing this. Oh, hey, great to see you. Oh, I'm so excited to be here. It's great, right?
And why are they doing that? Because they're
playing small.
Okay.
Scared to take up space. Right. So, and again, I get a lot of my female students ask me this question. They say, oh, Vin, I feel like I don't have enough presence. And I get the feedback, I don't get executive presence. What is this elusive thing called executive presence? It's simple, it's two things. It's vocal presence and physical presence. And how you use your hand gestures allows you to level up your physical presence. So if you've got better physical presence because you're using your hand gestures within the power sphere, all of a sudden you've got that executive presence that they're talking about.
So you need to get your elbows off your sides.
100%, yeah. Again, I think of myself as having this sphere around me, the way that I remember Mark sharing this with me, and not be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Don't be afraid to go to the edges of the sphere. Otherwise, we tend to, a lot of people T-Rex it, right? They T-Rex it, right? Don't T-Rex it, just have your arms nice out and big. Don't be afraid to take up the space. And then there are foundational gestures you should learn paired with this. The first one, which you're doing already, this is Virginia Satir came up with these, and she was a family therapist, and she came up with the foundation to hand gestures. This is placator. Right.
So you've got your hands, for people that can't see, you've got your hands
palm face up
and out.
Placator. Okay. Beautiful gesture to show that, hey, I have no weapons, I have nothing to attack you with, right? So this is placator.
So you're showing your palms.
Yes. Wonderful way to greet people as they come in. There you go. No, it's like this, instead of surrendering, it's kind of hands up. Hey, great to see you. Okay, beautiful. Great. However, it's closely related to its cousin, I don't know. Right? I don't know is this. So again, it does lack authority. So if you want more authority, you use what's the second one called leveler. Leveler is hands facing down. So hands not facing down. Yes. Right. Feels like we're doing sitting down, but this is leveler. Right.
There's an element of control.
Yeah, well, the hands face down. Well, try this. Try this. Give this a go, right? I'm saying this a lot to my daughter at the moment. She's very 1-year-old, very sweet, very naughty. So again, say Melody, don't do it. Say it's in placator, say Melody, stop doing that. So just try it. So we'll count you down in 3, 2.
Melody, stop doing that.
Perfect. Okay. You want to do the same thing now in leveler. Okay. So, and give me more volume in 3, 2.
Melody, stop doing that.
I didn't tell you what to really even do. Did you notice how your voice changed?
Yeah.
What
my face changed as well.
And what changed with your body? What had changed with your vocal quality? Sorry.
The pitch went down.
Yes, correct. And I didn't tell you to do that.
Yeah.
Right. So all of a sudden,
because I was doing anger, frustration.
Yeah, exactly. And no one told you to do that. That's a universal thing. What's fascinating about what just happened there is people are afraid of a monotone voice, and they don't realize that a monotone voice comes from a monotone body. So you just moved your body from this to this, and you created a different sound.
Yeah.
Is the voice is connected to the body's connected to the voice. And the biggest mistake you see here within this realm here is imagine you did a great keynote, and at the end, imagine I did this. At the end of the keynote, imagine I did this. Right, are there any questions? Right, versus, are there any questions?
I was going to say, with the level of where you start putting your hands down, I thought you wanted to get off stage.
And I don't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want any questions.
Yeah.
The next one is called blamer. Have a guess at what blamer is.
Pointing?
Yes, correct. This is blamer. A very strong gesture. And then a softer version of that is the full finger point. You point with all your fingers. Politicians get taught this. They soften it a bit, and then they soften it with their full finger point.
I notice this on the podcast sometimes. I notice the people accidentally do it when they say something. Yeah.
Oh.
Because they'll say something like, entrepreneurs, they can be quite sad because they don't have work-life balance. And as they're saying it, they'll accidentally point at me. What do you mean? But it does make contextual sense. And they'll go, entrepreneurs, sometimes they don't have work-life balance. And they're like, they don't know they're doing it, but they're like subtly gesturing in my direction. Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's like some people have you put on a bit of weight. I didn't know that. Oh, my aunties do it all the time.
Yeah.
And again, it's just different ways to vary the way you look visually. That's what. And you've also got this wonderful one they call the computer. And computer is an extra thing you can do when you're on a podcast. And you experience or you hear heightened emotion. You can also respond with your face, but you can respond with your body too. You can kind of go. And computer is just one arm. at the armpit, then one at the chin. You go, huh.
One arm across and one
Yeah,
arm
one and then some people call this, but you can go on this, you go, huh. Combined with a head tilt, soften it, right? Straight up is a little bit straight, soften it. Oh.
Is that what head tilt does? It softens?
It just softens it. Okay, I feel what you're going through. And the reason they call it computer is I'm processing what you're saying. I'm leaning in. I'm showing you that I'm processing. As opposed to sometimes we're unaware. We don't move our face and we just sit there and they're talking. And we're like this.
Yeah.
And they don't know if you're there. They're sensitive. So if they start to get a bit frustrated, you get body to beautiful pose, which is a pattern break. It's an order. For example, if you're on stage and you're talking and you've gone on a tangent, maybe you've done it, and you realize the audience, they're all on their phones. Instead of continuing, you can execute distractor and do distractor to get their attention back. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I've gone down that tangent. Let me bring you back. Let me use a different analogy. So auditory, in that there's a clap involved. Visual, in that with shooing bees. Imagine me shooing bees as I was doing that. So clap and shooing bees. There's an auditory and visual pattern break that now allows me to get your attention back. If you're doing this more than once in a presentation, you need to work on your rehearsal process. You need to work on you delivering the presentation in a way that's more coherent.
I guess all of this stuff also applies to when you're making video clips for social media. So many of us are building personal brands and trying to make content, but we make boring, unengaging videos.
Yes.
Because
you come to life.
That's what I do.
I'm coming to life visually. What we're seeing here is I'm coming to life vocally and visually. Here's where people get stuck again. They do, but that's not me.
Yeah.
Do you think right now I'm watching Beast Games and I'm loving it? It's just I'm so addicted to it. Jimmy's doing great. And do you think Jimmy talks like that in his everyday life? Do you think he goes home and he says to his father,
No, they exaggerate who they are.
For dinner, you're going to have free choice. He doesn't talk like that. But he
Maybe he does.
in that context,
But I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
I have to play my instrument differently to achieve the outcome that I desire. And you're going to have to do the same thing in your life. Whereas people are addicted to this idea of there's only one me.
Do you know what's interesting? Is I think there'll be a certain cohort of people listening that just go, "Oh, this is so,
I know,
it's so much. It's so, it sounds so exhausting." Then, and I just can't be bothered. I can't. But you must have heard this before.
I've heard it before, and I share with them that the idea of influence, you've got to understand that takes work. It's like saying, "I want to become the best basketballer in the world," but that's too much work.
So it's a deal. If you want this, then this is how you
get it.
Yeah. The world has really changed, especially in the last couple of years post-pandemic, and much of our communication now takes place on video calls, Zoom, Google Hangouts, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
How do the rules that you've said, that you've talked about today, apply or not apply to when I'm doing my Zoom meetings?
Yeah. It's even more important online. Because the moment you sit in front of a camera and you're not a creator, what happens? The moment it's unnatural, what happens to you? Because it's weird sitting in front of a webcam. What happens to you, do you think?
You lose yourself a little bit.
Yeah. Everything drops. All of your vocal foundations disappear.
So what do I need to be thinking about to be effective? I want to be the most effective person on my Zoom calls. Because I do worry sometimes. I do worry because I have big investment meetings and stuff with startups or founders that I'm in the process of trying to do a deal with. And I think, God, if we do this on Zoom, it might not be so good. I might come across worse. I feel like I'll come across better in person. So I often move the meeting to in person.
And then sometimes it's not always convenient, right?
It's never convenient because you've got to drive somewhere and fly somewhere. So I'd rather be effective on Zoom.
Nothing will replace this. That's why I flew here from Australia. Nothing will replace this. If we did this, what happens to you? Because it's weird sitting in front of the webcam. What happens to you, do you think?
You lose yourself a little bit.
Yes. Everything drops. All of your vocal foundations disappear.
So what do I need to be thinking about to be effective? I want to be the most effective person on my Zoom calls. Because I do worry sometimes. I do worry because I have big investment meetings and stuff with startups or founders that I'm in the process of trying to do a deal with. And I think, God, if we do this on Zoom, it might not be so good. I might come across worse. I feel like I'll come across better in person. So I often move the meeting to in person.
And then sometimes it's not always convenient, right?
It's never convenient because you've got to drive somewhere and fly somewhere. So I'd rather be effective on Zoom.
Nothing will replace this. That's why I flew here from Australia. Nothing will replace this. If we did this virtually, it's not the same. But when you have to do it virtually, you have to give more of yourself. If you want them to feel valued, you have to adopt the mindset of generosity. I'll explain. We often think of generosity as the first form of generosity, which is money, right? The easiest form of generosity to grasp. And then you think about it for a bit more. You go, oh, it's time. Oh, okay, cool. And then you think about it for more. Often people don't think about the third form of generosity, which is energy. That's what the third form is. Because right now with you, I'm being generous with my energy. I'm choosing to do this, Stephen. I'm choosing to do it because I want to connect with you. Because I want to be able to share the knowledge, and I want to be able to do this. Whereas there's a part of my brain that's like, oh man, you're jet lagged, you're tired, just back off a little bit. Who cares? All good. Whereas I'm now being generous with it. And online, you have to be so conscious of that. You have to be so much more generous with your energy. Because naturally, when you're sitting in front of a camera, you feel weird, and then all of a sudden, it's like my wife. When she watches me run my classes, she goes, I can't be in the same room because I feel like you're being too much. And I am. Because when I'm teaching my classes on over 400 or 500 people, I bring a much bigger version of myself to that class. I'm bringing a much bigger version than this. And then my poor wife's sitting there, she goes, oh, is this overdoing it? Is overdoing it? But to every single student on that class with me virtually, oh, man, this is so engaging. It's so beautiful to see how much zest you have for what you do. Zest? And afterwards, I'm exhausted. But it's a choice I'm willing to make to be masterful with what I do in that moment. Now make sure your camera placement is well placed. A lot of people, when they appear on Zoom, all you see is their head. Now that makes you less visually dynamic.
Yeah.
Whereas this is why you need the external mic. Push the laptop back. External camera, wider lens. Let them see your whole torso. Yeah, I love this. This is so important. And I learned this from Vanessa Van Edwards, where you brought her on. Oh yeah. Such a powerful concept where it's the idea of proxemics, where there's the study of distances. Most people, when they appear on Zoom, they appear in the intimate space. And the intimate space is when your head is right next to your partner at night, where you don't and that's how you appear on Zoom. And when you appear that close, you feel self-conscious. Everybody else goes, oh, that's a bit. So if you all of a sudden now learn to appear in the personal and social space, which means they can see your full torso, that people feel more comfortable, but now you also have access to your hand gestures. Light yourself well. Okay. And something very simple. If you're doing Zoom meetings all the time and it's critical for you in your work, then learn 3-point lighting. Right? 3-point lighting. You've got that going on right here. Right? And if you don't know what it is, if you just searched it, you'd find it. Which is essentially 3-point lighting. You've got a key light, you've got a fill light, and you've got a hair light behind you. Right? Okay, so there's a light behind you. Yes. There's one on the side here. Yes. And there's one in the front. Is that what you mean? Yes. 3 key lights. Okay, fine. Yeah. So as again, they technically call, my videographers teach me all this, where they say, oh, you need a key light, you got to have a fill light, then you got to have a backlight. At the moment I did that on my Zoom calls, I just looked different to every single other person who appeared on that big Zoom. Interesting. I'm just clearer, I'm crisper, right? And this is, again, if you want to take it to the next level. I want to take it to the next level. All right, then great. Then get a better quality camera too. Don't rely on the laptop camera. Okay. Right? A lot of people do this who are creators. You just get a nicer webcam, minimum 1080p. So
look at my webcam.
You look clearer and you're well lit. Okay. Now you look better. Done. Perfect. Get an external mic.
Camera looks good.
You spend all of your time working on all of these wonderful vocal foundations, and then you've got a shitty microphone, and then you talk.
One thing you got that chest is
there again. And get
fucking good Wi-Fi on your
yes, please. Oh, Australia needs to listen to this as well. Yeah, 100%. And then all of a sudden now, so your visual looks good, auditory is looked after, and don't be afraid to bring a bigger version of yourself.
So much of this is about identity, isn't it?
It is.
We're like, so many of us, including me, we're trapped in our identity, like who we think we are. Do you know one of the really remarkable things that always reminds me how like BS, our communication style and our
yes,
the fact that someone can live in an area, can live in another area and they sound completely different, like they're from New York or something. And it just goes to show that we're just like, it's so contagious and easy to blend in with one's environment.
I remember experiencing a negative experience with accent. When I started and I wanted to improve my pronunciation, everybody around me was saying, you're trying to be British. Oh, really? You're trying so hard to improve my articulation. Right? I used to slur my words all the time. Being an Aussie, we use so much slang. Yeah, I was gonna, but I didn't want to. Right? And I could get that to a point where you won't even understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I was gonna, but I didn't want to. Yeah, no. Didn't want to do it. Right? Whereas I didn't pronounce my T's. And then when I did pronounce my T's, instead of saying 3, I would say 3. Can I have 3 of those? That people were making judgments about my intelligence.
The weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bedroll.
And I was like, what? I didn't even know this. I didn't even know that this was happening. And all I was doing, and then again, people try to keep me the same because of identity. That's not how you should sound in. That what you are is, you're a fault, mate. What are you doing? Why are you trying to be this British Australian? And I just said to them, because when I speak like that, it creates the wrong perception in people's minds, and then they now look down on me as a result of that.
There are some accents that experience more discrimination than other accents.
Yeah.
They did a study in 2006. It was a survey of the Chartered Institute of Personal and Development. Found that 76% of employers admitted to discriminating against candidates based solely on their accent.
We judge a book by its cover, don't we? We have that. I have a thought though. My thought is, and this is what I believe, is that I don't believe accents are a problem. I believe articulation and pronunciation are. Why do you think people from the UK are smart? There's this perception of it. Don't you get that? Where you're sophisticated.
Does anybody really think that? No offense.
It's because you articulate extremely well. Especially the ones that make it to the movies. Right? The ones we see. It's because of that. And you can have that level of sophistication and intelligence, and you can radiate that intelligence with any accent. I have students from India who, the moment they improve their articulation, it's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with your accent. For the longest time, they said my accent is a problem. I said, no. It's not a problem. The problem is, and here's where we go deep. Your whole life, you've learned the mouth movements to speak the Indian language. Then when you go speak the English language, you're now using Indian mouth movements to speak the English language, which are the wrong set of mouth movements to speak this particular language, but no one teaches us this. And I use the Vietnamese mouth movements to speak the English language, therefore, accent and lack of clarity. So what did I have to do? Learn the set of English mouth movements. Completely changed me.
How do you do that?
Speech pathologist.
Oh, really? Yes.
I had to go see a speech pathologist, yeah. I struggle with this. That's why when people look at me now, very easy to assume, oh, he's born with the gift of the gab. And the reality, I was born quite gabless. Yeah. And I share that because it is a skill that anybody can learn. When you say to me, you can't do this, you can't do that, to me, I hear, oh, then I speak with my hands in my pockets and I'm stuck that way for the rest of my life. Take them out. Take it out. It's just a behavior.
Yeah, I mean, when you told me that your English was your third language, I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
Because there's no remnants. There's usually a remnant of the language you spoke before.
Yeah.
There's like no evidence of it.
Because this has become the primary language that I speak the majority of the time.
But even so,
yeah.
My mother, she spoke in, I guess she's Nigerian, so she spoke Nigerian for her childhood, moved to the UK when she was, I think,
just such a Nigerian.
So maybe early 20s.
I know that.
But there's always been the remnants of Nigerian, and she's almost 60 now, so that's 40 years. Is that just because she hasn't tried to?
Well, I think it's linked to identity.
Right.
I don't want to lose that.
Okay.
I don't want to lose that connection. I want to lose that sound. It's why, again, most people don't change the way they sound throughout the entire course of their life.
I'm not saying she should, because there is something about your origin that gives you a little bit more.
That's right.
Something a little bit more interesting. But when I look at some of the research, it shows that in terms of employment opportunities,
I would love that study to be done in a way where the people who are speaking with accents have incredible articulation and pronunciation, as opposed to them speaking with poor articulation and pronunciation. There's a big difference.
Research indicates that individuals who use non-standard speech patterns, such as African American vernacular English, often face negative perceptions regarding their intelligence, competence. They have worse housing opportunities, and they have worse legal outcomes.
Right.
It's a profound.
It is.
Adverse reaction just from how you speak. It's a real unfairness, like an injustice, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's like when I was, and it's one of those things where it's super weird. I remember when I was becoming a professional speaker, some of my peers who were also Asian, I remember them saying to me, they said, hey, it's got to be really hard, man, right? Because that's for the Caucasian man with white hair. And every time I had to learn hair. as an Asian guy. And they're like, there's this thing called a bamboo ceiling thing. And I was like, what the hell is a bamboo ceiling? I've never heard of this before. And he goes, oh, it's a ceiling specifically for Asians because it's a bamboo ceiling. It's a ceiling we can't get past, so we call it a bamboo ceiling, right? And again, it's real, right, for many. And I believed it to be real. And for as long as I believed it to be real, I didn't try. I didn't try to go for those gigs with these big Fortune 500 companies. I didn't try, because I was like, there's a bamboo ceiling. I can't. And I remember this quote.
Geeks, they call them geeks.
Really inspired me, where it's, be so good they can't ignore you. And then there was a chapter while I was here, I said, you know what? Fuck it. There is no bamboo ceiling for me. All right? I refuse to acknowledge that there is this damn thing. I'm just going to get so good at my damn craft. I'm going to get so good at being on stage. I'm going to duct tape bloody GoPros together and learn this game minute by minute. And I was able to soar in my career to a place where I never could go. And I had those limitations placed on me all my life. All these different labels placed on me all my life, Steve. And when I choose to believe in them, they had so much power over me. And when I chose not to at times, some of them weren't even real. And I was creating myself by speaking about them all the time. And I couldn't believe where I was able to go with my speaking career. The stages I was able to get on, these companies I was able to work. I said, is this even real? Do they know I'm from the northern suburbs of South Australia, Adelaide?
That's wild that you went from not speaking the language to being paid millions to speak the language and to teach other people how to speak it.
Yeah, that's my best friend says that all the time. He goes, it's the most hilarious thing in the world. And I hope that becomes a point of inspiration. That it doesn't matter if English is your only language, second, third, fourth, or fifth. These are just a series of behaviors that anybody can learn. And if this is what you want.
Actually, it's even more extreme because you were bullied for not being able to speak the language, so much so that you had to move to 5 different schools. Yeah. And now you earn millions from speaking the language and teaching others how to speak it. Probably some of the same people that would have bullied you.
I actually had some of them reach out, which was crazy. It was crazy. There was a bully that stole a bike from me. And my mum and dad worked for months about buying me that bike. It was $280 Australian dollars, which was huge.
Damn.
It was an
what the heck? That's messed up.
And a bully found out where I lived and stole it and reached out 25 years later to apologize.
You asked him for that fucking
I thought he was going to give me that fucking bike back, but he didn't. It was so beautiful because of
still, my bike is wild.
Vibes I've been able to put out. He saw who I had become, and I thought it was so man of him. I respected him so much for that. And I think a part of me needed it too. Where he reached out and said, hey man.
25 years is a long time to pause by stealing somebody's bike.
Because there's been pain in my heart that I haven't been able to resolve. And you've just resolved some of that for me when you apologized and said sorry. Because the moment, again, it was just so meaningful to me, that bike. You know, and again, I was so happy. I was so blown away that he apologized. It was really beautiful.
When dealing with people like bullies, workplace bullies, people that are insulting you or are patronizing you, what is the best technique conversationally to disarm them or to stop them from doing it or to come out on top, per se, whatever that might mean?
The simplest version of that for me is to use improvisation. Yes, and instead of disagreeing with you, I will humorously agree with you. And again, I'm not sure this is the best thing in the world people should do, but I diffuse this very simply because I've had it happen to me all my life. Where they say to me, and then it doesn't give them a leg to stand on. They're like, oh, you're an idiot. I'm like, yeah, I'm a bit clumsy at times. I know that. And they don't know where to go with that after that. But they go, oh, yeah, and you're stupid. You go, you know what? I've done so many stupid things in my time as an entrepreneur. If you've seen some of it.
What's the yes and technique?
The yes and is just when you acknowledge what they're saying and you're just building on top of it, right? It's like, yes, and you're right. Sometimes I can be a bit of an idiot. It requires you to remove your ego, though. Because we're all...
No, thinking in my head. I need to think a bit for a while. Okay.
For human beings.
Aren't you letting them win though in that situation?
It depends on how you define win. To me, I'm just not going to be hooked into this. Whereas before, I would defend myself. I'm like, oh, what have I done that made you think that? But I'm not interested. If you're not in the, I love this quote from Brene Brown where she says, it's I think from Theodore Roosevelt, if you're not in the arena with me, I'm not really that interested in your feedback.
What if you on the Dragon's Den?
Okay.
On a Dragon's Den, there's 100 pitchers a year. They come into the den. 5 of us dragons here. We're interrogating them. We're asking them difficult questions. Based on what you know about communication, how should they handle our critiques and our challenges? Is it that yes and thing? Because what's the opposite of yes and?
The opposite of yes and is yes but. Right? And the classic scenario is if you said something to them simple as, and I remember sharing this with one of my clients where I saw one of their calls, when people were arguing with them about their prices, they would say, yes, but the reason we're more expensive is because we spend a lot more in R&D and we update our software all the time. So all of a sudden, when you said yes, but, you're taking your conversation to a negative direction. But means whatever you say, I'm going to negate that and I'm going to give you my version of reality. Whereas when you say yes and, the same thing, you could critique them and say, oh, I think your services are too expensive. Yes, and Stephen, the reason for that is because we invest heavily in research and development. So all of a sudden, when you say yes and, you're taking it in a positive direction. You say yes, but you're taking it in a negative direction. One, we're going to build upon this and we'll work through this. One, I'm negating what you're saying. And I'm just going to share and force my version of my reality. So it's a simple technique in the world of.
It's so effective though. I see it in the den all the time. I see when my fellow dragons will be like interrogating someone and I'm watching. I watch some of them, they go, yeah, but, and they just get the person's back up. Like they just, it's like it becomes this real antagonistic exchange. And it reminds me of Tali Sharrett, who's a neuroscientist that was on my podcast, who told me they did studies where they put 2 people in these like brain scanners and they got them to agree and scan their brains. And when they agreed, their brains were illuminated. Then in the next round, they got them to disagree at a certain moment. And when they disagreed with each other in these brain scanners, their brains basically shut down because they've gone into.
Shut down.
It's almost like you could. When I say shut down, it's like the lights went out.
What?
So she taught me this. I wrote about this. It's called Never Disagree. When you say that, people go, never disagree.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
That's what yes and is so good for. is even if you say something negative, it's all right. Even if you say that your content sucks. Yes, and I know sometimes we put our content that just misses the mark. I'm human. And then there's no fire now because we're not creating the friction to create a fire. And I again take that path because I'm just not interested in just arguing for blatant argument. I'm just not interested in that.
The other thing that people struggle with a lot, and we talked about it a tiny little bit earlier on, is starting conversations and small talk.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I think it's becoming increasingly more difficult as we become more sort of digitalized in our lives.
It requires so much courage. I feel that starting a meaningful conversation requires a lot of courage.
This sounds like a crazy fucking thing to say on a podcast in 2025. How do we start a conversation with another human being? Is there like a...
I've got a favorite technique that I use. And it requires courage. So you have to do more. It requires courage. And it's a simple game called High-Low Buffalo. High-Low Buffalo. I love this game. Oh, you're not aware of this. Again, because you haven't played in the world of improv. High-Low Buffalo. High is something that's going great for you. Low, something that's not so great for you. Buffalo is something interesting about you. Now, there's a reason why this game is so great. It's great because if I play High-Low Buffalo and you play High-Low Buffalo, and we'll play it in a second, are you game to play?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what we're doing is we're creating something called conversational threads. Let's play first. So do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
You go first.
Okay, sure. Hi, I'm doing the Diary of the CEO podcast. This is pretty awesome. So I love that about this. This is amazing for me. This is a big high for me. Low, my life and how much I should pursue building my business, how much that enough component. And something interesting about me, I have 3 alpacas and I live on an acreage.
Gosh, that's crazy. I'm going to be alpacas now.
Alpacas. Whatever you like.
I've got a dog called Pablo.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm really enjoying this conversation and I'm learning a lot, which is amazing. Low, I haven't been working out in the gym as much as I want, and I'm concerned that my balance is off because I'm recording a lot and things are out of whack, and I'm going to work in the evenings, and I also struggle trying to squeeze my relationships in there as well. Random interesting thing. I'm training for a marathon that I haven't signed up to yet.
That's incredible. I didn't know you were going to do that. That's incredible.
That's not as good as alpacas.
And definitely wasn't as good as alpacas. However, that's great.
Okay.
When you have the courage to do this for someone now, I've given you 3 conversational threads that you can pull on.
Do you say it to them that we're going to do High-Low Buffalo?
I play this game with people I meet that I want to connect with.
Okay.
This is not if I'm on the bus and I'm talking to someone.
Okay.
No, because that's generally small talk. And if you don't want to connect with a person, it doesn't make sense.
Well, what if I'm in an elevator or I'm in a social setting, I'm at a networking event?
Well, the game I just gave you is different. The game I gave you is a game that you play with a colleague you've been working with for the last 4 years, but you barely go beyond high.
Okay.
Right? And we'll stick to that, and then I can share with you the other one. But to me, what's powerful about that game we just played is we all have people. The reason people hate their work so much is because they don't feel connected. And it's because they're not having conversations at work. It's because they don't feel a sense of connection with their team members. So to me, when you are courageous enough to play this game, say you've been working with Susan for 12 months, and you always see each other in the lunchroom, but you just sit down with Susan and go, Susan, I know this is a bit crazy. Listen to a guy named Vin on Direct CEO. He said, if you want to connect with someone and you care about the connection, play a game called High-Low Buffalo. Are you game? Play. And just do what we just did. Because all of a sudden now, I've given you 3 threads, right? Excited with you.
Yeah.
Also struggling with enough. And then also showing you the other 3 alpacas. I live on an acreage. There are 3 things that you could choose from, what you're interested in asking me about. You just gave me 3 things. I'm also very conscious about health, and I haven't been that great with it too. So all of a sudden, I've got 3 threads to choose from.
What's the opposite of that?
Did you watch the Mr. Beast? Oh, I haven't. Who's Mr. Beast? Oh, no, that's cool. All right, I'll see you in the meeting at 2. I'll catch you then. No worries. Because you've taken your shot in the dark and you've given 1 thread, and it just didn't hit. Whereas I'm giving myself 3 chances here. I'm giving 3 opportunities for a conversation to spark. But in actuality, there are 6 threads here. Because there's 3 from me, there's 3 from you.
I'm going to roll around the office when I get back to London, and I'm going to ask people for some High-Low Buffalo.
And because all of a sudden, that requires vulnerability.
Yeah.
That requires something you're excited about. And it's also something interesting you didn't even know. I didn't know you were going for a marathon, man. That's awesome. Right? You should sign up for it.
Yeah. Should you?
What's stopping you?
No matter where I am in the world, it seems like everyone is drinking matcha. And there's a good chance that matcha you're drinking is made...
Bro, another ad, bro? Gosh, damn, bro. I know it's long, but damn. Sending a voice note about something. Let's see. To be honest, I would just always takes me a while to get a good voice note. To be honest, I mean, I would just ask them if they have demos. I'll see if they have any demos or have anything to showcase their work. I'll talk about their experience and what they've done in the voice AI space, what they have built. Um, I mean, I think that's the main two things. Like you talk about their experiences and then see what they built, and then you can kind of guess of, I mean, how knowledgeable they're in this space and how much experience they have in this space. I mean, those are the only really two things I would do, because it's not going to be like a job interview where you're going to ask them a bunch of questions, or you're going to have them build something live or something. So, I mean, just the basic two things of like if they have any demos they can show you that you can see live how good their builds are. If they don't have that, I mean, just talking to them and seeing what they having them talk about what their experience is and all that stuff is also good enough. Yeah, here's for this on the touchscreen.
Run a company that I've invested more than 7 figures in.
Oh,
Why I
nasty.
sponsored this podcast called Perfect TED, because they're the brand used globally by cafes like Blank Street Coffee and Joe and the Juice and many, many more. Not only can you get Perfect TED Matcha in cafes, but you can now also make it at home, much cheaper, in seconds using our flavoured matcha powders that I have here in front of me. Perfect TED Matcha is ceremonial grade and sourced from Japan. It is smooth, it is naturally sweet, not like those bitter grassy matches that I tried before Perfect TED. And if you are one of those people that have told yourself you don't like matcha, it's probably because you haven't tried our Perfect TED matcha. And you can find Perfect TED matcha in the UK at Tesco, Sainsbury's, Holland & Barrett, and in Waitrose, or Albert Heijn if you're in the Netherlands. And on Amazon in the USA, we'll get the full range online at perfectted.com, where you can get 40% off your first order with code Stephen40. Quick one, I want to talk to you about our sponsor, Whoop, a business I'm also an investor in. And if you follow me on Instagram, you probably noticed that recently I've picked up running, which I'm very much enjoying. And it started out as a challenge, but it's now evolved into something I do almost daily. It is one of those things that's pushing me to be better every single day. But here's the thing, to me, progress isn't just about pushing harder, it's also about training in a smarter way, which is where my Whoop comes in. Whoop doesn't just track my workouts, it tells me how ready my body is to take them on before I've even started the workout. A few years ago, we ran a study called Project PR, and it found that runners who adjusted their training based on their recovery scores improved their 5K times by an average of 2 minutes and 40 seconds, while reducing injury risk by over 30%. And they did it while training less. So if you're looking for this type of guidance when it comes to your training, head over to join.whoop.com/CEO and get a 30-day trial with zero commitment. That's join.whoop.com/CEO. Let me know how you get on. Small talk is so critical. I was reading this study that said 55% of relationships, both professional and personal, are formed through small talk and casual interactions. A study done by the University of Oxford. And it says that 80% of conversations in the workplace involve some form of small talk. That's Harvard Business Review. If I want to be a master at small talk, is there anything else that I need to know? I really struggle with small talk.
3, 2, 1. I tell my students 3, 2, 1, which is 3 steps, 2 types, or the one thing. So just have that in the back of your head. There are 3 steps to something, there are 2 types of something, or the one thing is. So when someone's talking to you, you want to keep it fairly brief and you want to kind of minimize that small talk, and you don't want to turn it into big talk. They'll talk to you about something and you go, the one thing about building a personal brand is X, Y, Z, or just X. So you go, the one thing about personal branding, if I could share with you now, is the importance of being consistent. Hey, so good to meet you. Let's take a quick selfie. And then you go. So again, you have that framework in your head. Whereas before, when people ask me, hey, what should I do with my communication skills? I got stuck in the trap of, oh man, I've just heard you talk. There are so many things that I can tell you. I can tell you immediately now, there are 8 things you probably should start focusing on in this sequence. But then now it turns into something I don't want it to be. So now I have that framework. I just think, all right, so in response to this, can I go down the 3 steps to what they're saying? The 2 types of what they're saying, or the one thing about what they're saying is this?
And do you think I should have some
nuggets,
some questions in my back pocket that I roll out frequently? Some pre-prepared small talk things that aren't you see the weather?
Yeah. You should. And then these are important. And you can create your own.
Take some. Takes one to things out, but I don't think that doesn't. I mean, doesn't always mean. I know. You take it. But maybe. It's gonna be really hard. Very cheap and not. Always me. Doesn't always mean It is more. It just deal with so many clients so early on at once. So many. It's not easy, bro. Like it's like it's so hard. It's so hard to bullshit. So. Ooh. Yeah, sorry. I was messaging a client, so I was really quiet for like, I don't know, like 20 minutes. It's already been 5 hours. Already a little bit tired, but they can go for 5 more hours. Do. Exactly what they have similarities things I want. Yeah, it's crazy. Never. Hey, like 3. I'm like, damn. Oh, bro, I'm tired. So there's the primary was slippery similar. This is things. Things I want to get. Usually finish my email. Over. Ooh, I'm fucking full. Oh, I should have got this movie. I should have not done this movie. Need some water. detail. I am fucking sloppy. And think so. They also be very detailed. Also, this evil should be very detailed. Also, blah 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 blah. Ooh, I'm still a damn slow worker, but it's crazy, insanely damn slow. Should be very detailed. Also, again, should be very detailed. You'll create these evals based on the prompt I feed you. Create these three vowels in a single JSON. Okay, prove this prompt. Prove this prompt. Copy. Okay. Ooh. Just want to make some changes to this. So, am I sharing my screen again? I forgot. I'm sharing my screen. Just want to make some changes to this so that it's what I specifically want. And let's check whatever. Use if mention prompt and the prompt to use the prompt to use if mention. Let me put all these into 4.1 because that's the OG, new top dog. Okay. No. Okay, I think all these should be using. Right. That's good. This is good. This is nice. Ooh, I like the JSON format. So you only left until the VAPI challenge. At 2 days and 19 hours. This is great. So this prompt is great. So, and then let me see the tests. Two of these open. Only two of these open. Create test. Oh. I don't really need to make the API call. I'm not sure why I'm doing the API call instead of using the Python SDK. Let me just do the Python instead of being lazy. But I'm gonna be lazy. This is the test suite ID. So I have to get the test suite ID. That's fine. I'll be able to get that from the response. And then test suite score. So let me just make a Google Docs just for the code. Oh, I'm so tired. Okay. Okay. Here's what that import VAPI import. Okay. Ooh. So I have the script value, I have the rubric. What's the script? Okay, yeah, the rubric and the script are gonna be that value. So let me paste that. I'm gonna have to clean this all up later. I'm gonna clean all this up later. Okay, so I have one, and that's going to be passed once I make the call. Be similar to the whole generate persona thing. I'll pass that in between that rubric and the script. And I'll have this have an API post b/test. Those will create those will call the assistants where, or did I already create? No, yeah. I already created the personas. So this will handle the logic where it creates a test suit. It has the API call that creates the similar to this has an API call that creates the it has a system call that creates the evals, and then it's gonna pass those evals and scripts, and it's gonna have each persona will use all through all personas have will all personas will run 3 times for all 3 of those evals. So we'll have that. Ooh. And then we'll have the next thing really is after having that is seeing how to kind of input all those fronts. So input all the test scores in lane views. Generate new prompts. those prompts and test scores. Generate new prompts to test. Generate prompted add prompt date dates and retest. See if they make a big difference. If not, revert and test and add different prompt additions for retest. All right. Ooh, I'm a little tired. Hopefully, I'm gonna wake up super early so I can do this for like 20 plus hours or whatever. All right. Peace.